Alrighty, everybody, I'm here. Hello. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Alright, the YouTube connection says excellent. That is excellent. Uh, Internet is still ticking away. Alright. So last stream was really weird. We did this painting, and I'm really happy with it. Like I couldn't be happier with the results. I thought we did good. I just thought we started awful. It took us so long to do any sketch. Maybe that's fine. I think that's fine to take a long time in sketches, but I'm hoping to kind of repeat that at least, but maybe do the early part a little better. Because I really liked this sketch. I thought it was nice. I actually considered working, I'm still considering it right now, in real time, that I might work on it for a second day in a row. I don't think I'm going to, though. But so, my thoughts on it are a few things. Like, we were actually talking about composition last time and how, like, environments in particular, when they have a lot of, perspective and stuff, how they have, like, a focal point. They kind of make a focal point on their own with perspective, because things kind of oftentimes point in directions. Even if you have, like, something in 2-point perspective, you oftentimes have these natural lines leading to an object or away from, anyway, there's just... But, yeah, so my only issue is that we're kind of looking here, and there's not really anything here, and also these are kind of in the middle when they could be, like, off to the side or something in a more interesting position, like... maybe there's if there was 3 of them, something like that. That would be more interesting, I think. So I thought about just, like, rearranging the composition a little bit. I do like this painting, and I may still work on it yet. But I think for today, we're just going to do another one. And maybe, like, a partner painting of some sort. I don't know. I don't have any plans yet. It's just going to be a painting stream. But yeah, I think everything's good, and without further ado, oh yeah, stream bitrate dropped lower than recommended. That's okay. I don't need bitrate to be high on YouTube. Okay. Do you have concepts in mind? Nope, not at all. The only thing I have in mind is similar to last stream, having some simple perspective, like a room layout kind of. So like this, I literally Googled a bakery last stream, and there was just basically to get some sort of room. I mean, I don't even need an image for that, but it is nice to just start thinking about how people walk around a space, or how, they, like... So yeah, I think last time it was just there was, like, in this image, there was, like, I don't know what was up here. Maybe the display case or something. And then there was just, like, people behind the counter. I don't know. But, like, this obviously isn't a bakery, right? And it didn't turn into a bakery because it turned into this. So it's sort of just, like, the bare bones of some sort of perspective, just to help me start to visualize, like, the scale and the camera lens a little bit of the room. But I'm not picky about that. I'm kind of... This is one of those things where I think if I knew what I was going to paint ahead of time, I would then want to orient the room in such a way to show it. So, like, for example, this painting, my issue with it is that half of the painting, we're not looking over here, right? If instead I had aligned this painting more like this or something, right? Where, like, we're looking at more of the cat over here and more of this stuff. I think that would have just been a better... And like, shift the perspective a little, right? So this would have been a little more at that angle, right? A little more 2-point perspective. Kinda. I think that would have been better, because then it would have been focused on what I'm focused on in this image. But I didn't know what I was going to focus on when I started painting it. So this doesn't... it's hard to make these choices when you don't know what you're doing, right? Or when you haven't made up your mind yet. But this is the kind of thing where if I were to do it over, I mean, this is actually why I considered repainting this today. I mean, I could still work on it a little bit. But yeah, that's basically why. Because I do like it. I like where this could go. But no, I don't have any concepts in mind. Something with a plant, something with green could be a thing. But really, I'm just going to start with color, and if you have any ideas, feel free to recommend them. Also, I'm just a note, because I want to mention it before I forget. I have an air conditioning on. This is the first stream of the year in which I have my AC on. It might sound like a jet engine, or it might, because of the way my mic filters out loud noises, it might end up making me sound robotic. Let me know if my audio starts doing really wonky stuff. Roy Inspire, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Cowboy. So far, audio is good. Okay. Also, I'm like really bad at audio. I think part of it's I'm afraid to like get any fancy audio mixers. I know some people run their voice through like a voice-o-meter and to like fiddle with the settings, you know, perfectly. I can't do that because I feel like my computer can't handle another program running while I'm streaming. But man, I'm kind of I really want to learn how to make audio and I guess video a little better too, but not as concerned with that because I just screen share. But yeah, I want to get better at audio stuff. Every once in a while, I'll watch a YouTuber or a streamer or something who just has impeccable audio, and I'm like, oh my god, what are they doing, and how do they do it? I mean, I'm sure a lot of it has to do with a good mic, but there's probably more to it than that, as with anything. What am I looking for on my desktop? Oh, PureRef. I am going to Google. Let's just do bakery again. Let's Google a bakery. It doesn't really matter, just some interior. It could be anything. It could be a library. Although I might paint a library today, so I don't want to Google a library. Not for the initial layout. I actually... So, oh, here's the image I used yesterday. I just found it again. This is the image I used yesterday. Here it is. You guys were... Somebody asked, right? Kind of? Did I... Or not really. Somebody asked if I had a starting point. This was my starting point. This was my image. So, did I paint a bakery? No. I just used it for the, you know, 4 walls and a ceiling, basically. I didn't even use the same ceiling. I curved it, which is probably why mine looks a little wonky. But basically just to get, like, a scale of the place, right? Like, here is a cozy environment. We're in it. We feel like we're standing there. And also that's part of the reason why this side over here, if you felt weird on mine, because I shifted more of a focal point over here rather than trying to keep it like the whole room is like take it all in. So anyway, I think that's part of the reason why mine was weird. But again, it's hard to do that when you don't know what you're gonna paint. So that's yeah. So I might just start with that again. I mean, we could switch it up. I can fiddle with things and change it as we go, but I wanna get better at maybe. I mean, if I do enough of these, I'll get better at. Maybe we do a scene where we're looking in the, you know. I do like this setup. I think it's easy. It's, you know, but this time I'm gonna change something. I'm gonna go a little bit more this way. I still want this wall, right? This wall I think is important. Excuse me. I think I'm sneezing more than normal today because my air conditioning. I cleaned the filter beforehand, but it's still like right, you know, it's the first use of the year, and so it's probably kicking up that dust, whatever has settled inside of it. I think it's it's just a little dusty because it's circulating the air and it hasn't been in use for you know 6 months. Let's lower third. Let's just make some lines here. These will be our. Actually, let's go that way. There. Here's our scene. We don't have to do 1-point perspective, by the way. I feel like perspective is one of those things where I'm just a little rusty. Like, I do it all... everything I paint has perspective, and I typically paint it without guidelines, just kind of, you know, like, even this, right? Just is basic... I mean, outside the basic grid, all the lines are just sort of going into a general direction, but, you know, generally here. But I didn't, like, line it up any more than I'm doing right here with this one. It's just basically... But, yeah. It's actually my goal, I think, to not use a lot of grids at this stage, simply because I haven't made those choices, so I want to be comfortable. If I come up with an idea that I like, and I'm like, oh, this is a nice idea, I want to be able to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, well, how do I best show this idea? And yeah, basically that. How do I best show this idea? And what perspective and angle should I put the camera at, basically? Like, if this were a scene... Because instead of saying this is the painting and this needs to look good... No, this doesn't need to look good. In fact, this probably won't look good. That's something that I think I've gotten a lot better at over the years. Is not having to worry, or trying not to worry about making stuff look right the first time. Which it's still tough, because as last stream, if that was any indicator, I was struggling. I was struggling to figure out what I wanted to paint. Although I will say, let's play around with a mood. Let's play around with some color real quick. I'm gonna change course here. Course correct. But yeah, let's see. Roy Inspire says, haven't been doing many lately, and a bit of a lull with it. Gaming instead. I feel that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I actually think sometimes... I wish I had another hobby that I loved as much as art. And that, I mean, I guess I kind of do, right? Gaming. But I wish I had another hobby that was, like, creative or something, so I could alternate between it. Because I do feel that sometimes I don't want to say get burnt out. I don't like using language like that because I don't actually know what the issue is. I feel like burnout is a thing, and I don't know if I have experienced burnout. I don't feel like I have. I think more for me, it's like a lack of input, kind of, where it's like I'm getting to the point in art where I want to say something, not like something super important. I don't need to be on a stage and screaming, metaphorically. Like, just having experiences and things that feel like they're worth painting. That's my biggest issue, is sort of like, okay, well, what am I bringing to the table, right? And so it's not really for lack of wanting to paint. Like, I still want to find something to paint, but I'm just like, not super, like, motivated to paint things, if that makes sense. Like, I'm kind of like looking for that project, or looking for that, that next big thing that I'm really excited to work on. That's sort of the stage, I think, where I'm getting to, where it's like, I can still get fired up and excited about, like, ooh, I want to paint something with dappled light, or I want to paint something with atmospheric perspective, and, like, just kind of brushing up on skills, but using that as an excuse to paint something and almost anything. But yeah, I don't know. I do think there's a lack of motivation sometimes, or maybe not motivation. No, I mean, motivation's kind of irrelevant. It's not even motivation. And I don't want you to use the word inspiration, because, again, sometimes my own ideas will inspire me as I start painting. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. I think I've rambled about this before, but sometimes when I'm painting, hey, Uni Princess, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, sometimes in a painting, like typically it's the early stages that are the most exciting to me. And so sometimes as the painting chugs along and it gets to the point where it's almost done, like it's the idea, like this stage, right? This stage in a painting where it's like, okay, we can tell what it is, right? Like it's basically there. I start to lose sort of motivation to work on it because it's like, okay, well, the idea has formed and I've said it, and yeah, it's missing some polish, but like, you know, it's 90%, right? Well, now it's less because I've extended this today and I didn't add on to it. But anyway, it's like this to me feels like it's done, right? Like in my head, there's not a whole lot of problem solving that needs to happen anymore. It's just a matter of putting in busy work, kind of. And so I lose some of that. And I feel like with art, and I hope, I don't know, I feel like with art it kind of feels the same, where like in a bigger, broader, zoomed out view, like most of the stuff that I've done, like you know, like I was like, with, if you zoom out to my whole, all of me doing art, right? My whole art career, if you will. I feel like there was like ambitious things off in the distance, and like now I feel like, okay, well, I can more or less paint what I want. Like I'm 80% there, right? And so I've started to lose motivation in my own, like, it's not, again, I don't even know if it's motivation. I still think it's like an input problem, but it's like now that the just learn, you know, practicing some random thing. Oh, let's put a little sliver of light in here, and let's slap some, you know, some orangey stuff to make it really glow. Like that's not enough to like carry an entire painting through where it used to be. But now it's like it needs something else. Um, and yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, that's, I'm gonna stop complaining now. Not really complaining. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I complaining? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow. Hope you're doing well today. Good just started creating manga idea in Webtoon. Ooh, nice. See, that's something that could get me, like, get me going for, in terms of having inspiration and motivation. That sounds cool. I'm not much of a comic person. I've talked about this before. I struggle to read comics. I feel like my brain is broken when I try to read images and panels. It's like I know that there is storytelling. I can decipher it, but I have to work at it. And I don't think it's just like, I don't think it's just like, oh, the artists are bad at communicating in panels. I think it's just me. Like, I didn't grow up reading panels. I didn't grow up, yeah, just basically reading any sort of comics or manga or any of that. And so I have a hard time. Like, I feel like when it comes to the ease at which I can just read and enjoy the story, I'm like a beginner, right? It feels like a kid, like when whenever I was asked in grade school to read in front of the class and I was still like struggling to read and pronounce words, I would be so focused on saying things correctly that I had no concept of what I was actually saying, right? And so I would read a paragraph and I couldn't tell you the first thing about what it was about because I was too focused on reading it. I understand. No, it wasn't even getting distracted by the art. It's more like I require a lot of brain cells to string the images together to even understand what's happening. So I'm more focused on just reading it. I'm more focused on trying to understand it than I am able to like actually enjoy it. So it's almost the opposite, I think. It's like I can't even begin to focus on what's actually happening in the picture because I'm trying to decipher the sequence of events, or the, like, it feels like I'm in decode mode where I'm trying to solve a puzzle. It's like I don't feel like reading a comic book should be solving a puzzle. I don't feel like reading a book with words should be solving a puzzle, right? You should be able to read the words and the word should just kind of fade to the background, right? You shouldn't have to think about how do I pronounce that word? What does that word mean? You know, oh, that's funny spelling. Like it should just be at some point reading becomes natural where you look at a word and you imagine the idea and it just you keep going forward. But I don't have that issue with reading anymore, but I still have that issue with comics, and it sucks because I think it's just I need to force myself to read more comics. I think that's the conclusion that I'm getting to, because I need to get over that hump and get good at reading comics. I just it's the visual language. And it's weird because I paint stuff all day, right? I paint a lot, and visual communication is a thing that I talk a lot about. And yet when it comes to comics, I'm not a fluent reader with visual communication. In a still image, I feel like I've got some of that down. But in like a paneled thing, I am totally a beginner. So yeah, it's very interesting to me. It's on my 2025 New Year's resolution that I haven't done. We're 5 months in, almost, yeah, 5.5 months into this month or into this year, and I still have things that I want to do this year that I haven't even begun to touch on. Ooh, you know what? This gives me like bath vibes. Now it looks a little grungy, so maybe the most gross baths ever. But doesn't this kind of give like a spa, like a walk-in bath kind of thing, like you might see in like Roman times, where you have these like steps leading down? It kind of is giving me that a little bit. And then the water is here. And it's like a little bit steamy. Maybe there's some figures in the background. I don't know. Maybe not figures. I don't know what I'm doing. Just trying to get a vibe in here. But yeah, if you'd like to share anything, I'd love to see what you're working on. Yeah, I remember the chart you've showed before. I feel like I'm getting better at seeing it. Maybe my skill is falling behind. A chart? Did I share a chart? I know there is that like stair steppy thing, which is like the Ira Glass thing that everybody shares. Which honestly, it's funny. I read that thing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's like the most commonly like talked about like graph of like skill level being better than your vision being above your skill, and then it flip flops and it goes back and forth. Like it's funny because I understand it, but I only understand that here. Let me bring it up. I only understand it because I've experienced it, and had I not experienced this thing would be useless to me. Ira Glass skill graph. Is that? Is it Ira Glass? Maybe it's not Ira Glass. Who's the one? Where do you guys know what I'm talking about? If you maybe it's not Ira Glass. I thought it was Ira Glass. There's a quote by him that everyone cites. You shared one? Oh. Let's take a look. Is this gonna be it? Oh no, well that's not it, but that's pretty close. This is like a remixed version of it, but this is not the exact one I'm thinking of, but it's very close. So this thing, like, there's the ability to see, and then your actual skill catches up for a short time, and then your ability to see goes off again, and there's this small period of, I guess they say frustration, but yeah, I guess the orange line is where like your perceived skill, you're like, oh, I'm really good, but nothing meets it, and then I don't know. Basically the idea that your technical skill is lagging behind, and so as you get better, your ability to see the problems is necessarily higher because that's how you're learning to improve. Like there's always something that you're working on, and that something changes as you get better, and so it just you're always one step behind where you want to be. Or my camera's flip-flopped. So like you're here and you want to be here, but as you learn it for a brief period you might be there, but then there's going to be some new concept that now you're aware of, and you're constantly like, it's basically that. I don't think it's the most novel idea, but yeah, it's totally like this actually like I like better. But I feel like these graphs, I only understand them because I've experienced it. If I was a beginner, I wouldn't have a clue what this is talking about. And it's always frustrating me with infographics like this because they feel like they're trying to explain a concept, and yet they seem to only explain the concept to people who already know the concept. And it maybe I'm weird and like I'm like one of those classic people that I dislike who are like, I can only care about something if it's personally happened to me, right? It's like I don't want to be that way, but also a lot of times it's just hard for me to relate. Like I don't get it. And then it's like, oh, that's what you're talking about. I get it now. It's hard, man. Some days. Okay. What about this? Okay. I'm just gonna zoom along and add some, slap in some color in perspective. Oh, hydrate. Thanks, Skittle. Skittle, you know what? Last stream, I think, the only time I drank any of my tea was when you redeemed the hydrate. Because I ended stream with basically a full cup of tea. And despite me making an extra effort to, like, chug my tea last stream. So I basically only took 2 big gulps during stream, because that was when you redeemed it. Yeah, I am not good. The importance of the tea reminder cannot be overstated. You have iced green tea. Ooh, nice. I have Earl Grey tea. Earl Grey. It's my staple. It's pretty delicious. Honestly, at this point though, I don't even always taste the tea. It's more like it's just a hot beverage or a warm beverage, sometimes cold when I get around to drinking it. It's just a beverage. It's just something, it's a taste I'm familiar with, and it's easy to drink. You're running on some chai today. Nice. That chai tea? Just kidding. Actually, not really. I do like calling it chai tea, even though I know it's redundant. But that's okay. It's just that thing from Spider-Man that every time I hear people talk about chai tea, that's what I think about now. But yeah. Oh. Let's see. What shall we paint? Maybe this will be like an interior garden area. I mean, we kind of already have done that, right? Maybe some hanging things. But you know, chai is good. I like chai. See, Skittle, did you see? Did you guys saw or did you ever see? Do you watch any Hank Green? Because I remember when we were talking about this, the very like when it came out, like the whole, it became like a funny thing to say. I remember when that came out, and I always brought up the concepts of ATM machine and pin number, and how I will swear by saying those, even though they're technically redundant. Like I will die on that hill of I will say pin number because it helps clarify. And I think, and anyway, and then I felt so validated when like a month or two ago, Hank Green made a video about that and how chai tea is actually the correct way of saying it, because it's not redundant and it's not saying TT, because that's just what they call tea in India. I don't even know. Probably. I don't. wherever, right? But when your standard, your main tea isn't inherently chai tea, you do need to clarify which kind of tea you're talking about. Just like we say green tea or black tea, we don't just say tea, right? We say black tea. And so saying chai tea is specifying which kind of tea. Because it doesn't matter if that word means, I mean, and he gave like 20 examples of like things we say that mean the thing, like whether it's an ocean name that we all use where the word in its original native language means ocean, but we still need to specify that we're talking about the ocean because there are other things. Anyway, I felt so validated because I'm like, I went on a rant about this. I ranted about how I will stand by saying the redundant part because it makes it more clear. There are a lot of other chai stuff over here, not just tea. Yeah, exactly. And like chai doesn't mean tea to someone who doesn't speak that language, right? It is a flavor of tea, but it itself isn't inherently that. Anyway, I can't remember the other examples, but anyway, I still make the I always just like it still goes through my head with the whole chai tea thing, but I don't actually believe the words that I'm saying. Like I think it's totally normal, and to specify matcha tea, which is just powdered tea. Is that what matcha means? I didn't know that either. See, to me, it's just the type. It just specifies which kind of tea. Which is how we use it in language. But yeah. Ever since I was a cashier dealing with like customer service stuff with like just not, I'd say older people, but it wasn't even with older people, just in general. The amount of times I would ask, like someone would be trying to pay and they'd swipe their card, but they'd just stand there and they'd have to enter their PIN number, right? And so I'd say, like, can you please enter your PIN? And for a while I was like, I know PIN number is redundant, so I'm just gonna say PIN. But every time I'd say that, they'd look at you like, and it would take them like a good 10 seconds or more. Sometimes they just wouldn't get it. What are you asking? I don't have a pen. Oh, a pin. Like on your shirt? Like, no, the number pin, your pin number. Oh, the number. And then they'd enter in their pin number. And like, it helps so much. Anyway, so I will stand by saying things like ATM. Like ATM also could stand for other things, like at the moment. And so, yeah, it's anyway, that's a hill I'll die on. Repeating things, good. Clarity. Also, this is like what we do in art, right? We don't just like hint at one thing in the corner and be like, well, it should be clear, it's there. I stated it. Like, look, there's a character holding a gun or something, and therefore you should know what this whole scene is, right? Because why should I have to restate it? No, repeat the idea. Show the smoke, show the gun, show the person, show the body, show the whole scene, right? Spell it out. Hold my hand in an image, right? If you're gonna do a storytelling, make it easy on me, right? Like the easier the better. I don't care if you technically gave me it makes me think of those logic puzzles. Do you guys, okay, I am a big fan of logic puzzles from like YouTube channel. There's one called Google it. I know his name. He says, "Hi, I'm Presh Talwalker." Presh Talwalker. What's the channel name? Mind Your Decisions. There's a channel called Mind Your Decisions. And he basically solves like little logic puzzles and just walks through like commonly, things that are maybe a little vague but commonly gotten wrong on the internet, or like, whenever there's like a viral meme about math, he'll break it down and explain like all the possible scenarios to it and how it could be interpreted, or if it's right or if it's wrong, or just basically we'll walk through. But he also does more complex math, like riddles type stuff. And there's like a whole category of riddles, or like prison riddles, where you're trapped in a prison cell and there's another person in another equally identical cell, and you are given a task that, you know, you have to solve some problem, but you can only communicate with yes or no or something, and you have to solve some riddle, and it's like, right, like those riddles, there is a logical way to go about it, but the information that you actually have is so vague and so unclear that it makes it really hard to solve, right? Like, you're not really, like, if you were a perfect logician, you could figure it out, probably. But, like, a normal person, no, you need to actually state what it is you're talking about, right? And that's how I feel about this whole topic, right? Whether it's art or language, like, give me more than the bare minimum, because we're not all going to be like solving riddles. I don't care if you've given me the breadcrumbs or not. Like, just say what it is, you know? Like, and again, sometimes you can hint at stuff in art or in books or whatever, but like, don't hint. You want to be somewhere between the minimum and the maximum, right? You want to be somewhere in that sweet spot. Like, don't just, I gave you the info, or, you know, it'd be like telling someone, I'm going to be there 5 minutes after the second hour past noon. Like, why would you ever say that if you're going to pick someone up and be like, well, I told you I was going to be there at 2:05. No, you didn't. I mean, you did, but, like, do you really expect someone to like, interpret that properly without error? Like, no, you just say the time. You don't give them a riddle or whatever. Anyway, so that's how I feel with some things where, like, there's technically context, but maybe help someone out who's like a normal person, or not normal like me or something. Or maybe normal like me. I don't know if I'm normal. I feel like that's a pretty normal thing, though. I'm going to say pi number or pin number. See, that would confuse people even more, because then they think you're talking about 3.14. So on and so forth. But yeah. That was a good rant. I need to get that out of my system. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well today. This feels like a garden. A little indoor garden. Maybe there's little spiral helix shapes of like vines going up here. I guess not really helix. It'd go around the backside here. I don't know if this counts as an interior. It has a roof. Does that count? I don't know if that counts. I feel like anything with a roof becomes an interior. I know that's not the technical definition. Oh, true. With pi number? Yeah, it doesn't feel like that doesn't work. Sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, what is an interior anyway? Like, when does the like, imagine you have, you know what, storefronts that are like boxes, and then they have like part of the storefront will swing up and it'll like extend outward, and then it's open to the street, so you have the street coming by. Like, is that an indoor or an outdoor, or is it both? Like, if you're under the little roof thing, are you now inside? And when does inside become inside? Like, you know, it's not clear to me. I feel like any covered area outside can be indoors. It just has big open walls. Like, what if you were to drape a cloth over here covering the outside? Is that now inside? Like, what? Do you have to have a physical barrier, or can it be just, you know, pillars or something? I don't know. I know where I'm being unnecessarily pedantic and I'm just kind of being silly, but I think in terms of like technical skill of drawing, it does pose an interesting question. And I think for me, the reason I know deep down this is not an interior is because I'm not drawing interior objects. I think to me, it needs to it needs to have stuff that you would have in an interior that would make it a space. Like you know, a garden has potted plants, and you know if it's an indoor garden, it's gonna have things like plants and lighting, and it's gonna have all like some sort of amenities that are small, designed, they're put there for some reason. I feel like just slapping a roof on an outdoor scene doesn't make it an indoor environment. I don't know. Like it's just a different skill kind of. Or even like unnatural lighting where you have artificial lights and you get very limited light unless you, like that isn't inherently true of indoor spaces, but I think when it comes to separating interiors from exteriors, I feel like that is a defining feature of like some scenes the lighting is really hard because you're in a box and you have one light in your room, or you have one, you have a candle and that's it, or you have a you know one window on one side of the room and the light's coming in. Like that makes the lighting a completely different beast than say an outdoor garden with a roof, right? Like it's a different kind of thing because the lighting is so different and the scale is different and the objects are different. I don't know. Because there definitely is a difference between painting like a garden with a roof and an interior with like, indoor lighting. It just there's it just feels completely like a different. It just feels different. Slap in some colors. These are all pretty simple. I'm not trying to be, breaking new ground here. I'm just sketching in some stuff, putting some color. It's kind of warm-up sketches in a way. But yeah, Skittle, what have you been working on lately? I don't actually know. Oh no, I do remember. You were working on that thing with a lot of the contours. It had, I don't know what it was, but it had a lot of, actually I remember it. It's awesome, and you were detailing it. Did you ever finish it? It was the thing with all the contours, where it had like pillar things in different I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. All I know is it had like shapes, like stone or something, with tons and tons of contours, and it had. Oh, you're still working. Okay, I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, because that was the worst description of your painting I could have possibly imagined. I really like that one. Also, for those who don't know, you guys are probably anyone who's here probably knows Skittle, but shout out a blue Skittle. You guys should follow Skittle. He does painting too, and environments. All right, this is going to be a library, I've decided. And our library is going to have some deep colored, deep purple bookshelves for now. Some dingy old roof. Thank you for the shout. Yeah, I always forget to shout out. I think over the years I've become a much worse streamer. I think at some point I used to like put in effort. And I've just like been in a slump lately where I want to like I would love to reach partner one day, but I also I don't know. I'm not sure I want. I've just become so lazy. Yeah, it's just like I it used to be the case that anytime an artist would pop in stream, I'd shout them out, and I'd be, even with a raid, I'd like it'd be like, oh, I gotta do the things, I gotta shout them out, I gotta do the stuff. And now it's like after a while you've been doing it, and it's like you welcome people in, you're appreciative that they're there, but it's easy to like forget the basics kind of because you're just, I don't know, for some reason it's easy for me to forget that stuff. Um, Also, I will say though, I think there's been a lot of new people popping in at various points, just kind of coming in, and whether it's been on the YouTube side of things or just on Twitch, coming in and lurking, and sort of coming in and out. If that's somebody and you're new here, thanks for being here. Whether it's watching a VOD or you are just here live right now, I appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. Uh, I try to be a welcoming host or something like that. If I'm a host, I guess I'm a host. I try to be a welcoming host. And as always, if anybody wants to share stuff or ask questions or whatever, more than happy to like, you know, check out your work and all that. That was a terrible pitch, but there we go. That's yeah. Okay, what if there's some lighting in here? Nice warm light from like a library, although I made plants in here for some reason. That's a little bright. This looks like an oven. Very, very something. What if these are books? Or I mean, they don't have to be books, but so here's the front of the bookshelf. Just being very rigid with this. And then this will be a little darker. I did put green in here, but it doesn't have to be green, obviously. In fact, it probably won't be green. Just something, I don't know, just a color. Maybe there's some more dusty tomes up here. Maybe there's like stuff tipped over. Urns, pots. What is the difference between an urn and a pot? Is an urn specifically for ashes? Like, isn't it just a pot? Am I crazy to think that? I think so? Okay. So it's just like a name for a specific kind of pot. Okay. But like, so how can you identify an urn then without looking inside? Isn't Also, what if this is a pottery place? That'd be kind of neat. Lots of pottery on the shelves. Some plates down here. Maybe the location. Is this like one of those things where you call it based on its intended use and not its actual use? So like if it like and I know this is a pedantic question, but I just it's one of those things where I don't like, given that like I don't, how often in my real life do I see an urn? Basically never, right? Um if I saw one, I don't even know that I would know what it is because I would assume it's a vase with a lid. It's just like a vase with a lid, I guess. So it is maybe that is the difference, right? It just has a lid. Vases don't have lids. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it has a lid. A clay lid jar, a clay jar with a lid. But again, aren't there clay jars that aren't urns, like that you would keep something in like your kitchen? You know how people will like take like containers and put their rice in it or whatever, or their whatever, so it's not just sitting in the bag. Like they'll put them in jars. If you have a ceramic jar with a lid, but now it's an urn, sometimes it's with a lid and did you just look it up? I appreciate you looking up what an urn is. Very important here. We needed to know this. No, I do appreciate it though. I find myself increasingly looking up stuff like this because I feel like these are things I should know. But then the more I think about it, the more I realize I have no clue. Like I can guess and I might be right-ish, but oftentimes, yeah, it's just that. That's funny. I appreciate you looking it up. I will say, I think this tendency of mine to be more like, huh, where does that come from? Like, that's not the way that I think I knew it or something. I think this is a downstream issue of art. I think art has done this to me because whenever I look at something, I'm like, oh, I know what a bed looks like. And then I go to paint it, and I'm like, what does a bed look like? How the heck? I don't even know what a bed looks like. And yet I've slept in a bed all my life, and yet I can't seem to draw it. You know, like I clearly how's the frame connect? Like how do you not? I don't know, like just basic things like that. And I find myself more and more doubting like my own experiences because they don't seem to actually give me the info that I'm looking for. It's just like in one ear out the other kind of thing, or in my eyes and out the other. I don't know what that means. But yeah, it's just like things I just take for granted. I so often am constantly doubting the things that I know because I've come to realize that unless I'm really paying attention to a specific aspect of it, it'll pass me right by. Uh, it helps also that there are certain things that I pay attention to. Uh, but yeah. But yeah, so I do find myself more and more when it comes to like sayings like that, or not sayings, but like just things like an urn. I'm like, oh, well, what makes an urn an urn? Because if I'm trying to paint it, right, it's not about just tell the person that, oh, we're in a you know a certain location. Like, there's a sense about it that, oh, this thing is out of place and therefore maybe it's an urn or whatever. Um, or like if you were to walk into someone's home and it was on the location might give it away. But like, if you're gonna draw it, what if I was gonna draw an urn that was hidden in a basement, right? In a dusty old basement, and it felt like it fit in the dusty spots, right? Like off in a corner. Would you know it's an urn? Or would you think they're just storing something down there in a pot, Like, that's why to me it matters what makes a thing, because sometimes you want to communicate it in a way that isn't the conventional way of communicating it. And this is where I think you see this a lot in like movies where somebody will hand someone a shoebox and it will become very apparent that there's their loved one's ashes in that shoebox. That is the urn, not literally an urn, but it's functioning as the container of the thing. And you know it, and the context gives it away, and there's sort of even if it's not spoken, it's like, oh, that's what it is, and I feel like that's the thing. Also, I'm cold. Ooh, I'm like shivering. Being like a foot away from a air conditioning with a chair with a mesh back, it was very chilly. I'm sure I'll be overheating in like a minute. Yeah. Do you, Skittle or anyone else who's here, do you guys ever feel like you are overly pedantic now about what makes a thing, or how does this thing actually work, even though you don't really need to know how it actually works anymore, but like just being more curious because of art? I feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind. Katy Perry song. Isn't that Katy Perry? Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind? Something, something, something. I don't know the lyrics. That's funny. But yeah, I constantly feel like I don't know how something looks, even though I've experienced it. Or it's not even just how things look. I know that for sure with how things look, but it's also with what like a word means, right? People will use a phrase, or I'll use a phrase that I know what the phrase means, but I don't actually know what the words in the phrase means. I just repeat the words because that's what other people say, and so like I'll use an expression that I know what the expression is supposed to mean, but I couldn't tell you what the actual words mean. And then at some point, I'll be like, I've been using this word all my life, but I have no idea what it actually means. And so I'll have to look it up. I think also just, talking to people who aren't necessarily native English speakers has also done this more for me, where like there will be a question about a word and I'll be like, oh, I don't actually know what that word means because I can't explain it. I just know what it means. I know what it means when it's used, but I couldn't tell you what it means out of context. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a library, but it's just a random place. This is kind of like the setup for the dino painting that I did. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm glad I'm not alone in people knowing what I mean, because that was a very bad explanation of it. Reminds me of the saying per se, which more or less we know what it means, but when you ask someone to explain it, they don't tend to be able to explain it well. Yeah, that exactly. It's like something something per se. As an example. I think I would say that word means as an example. But is that actually what it means? So like, or like a vague example. Is it like a vague example? Now I'm curious. What does per se mean? I feel like it's a vague example, like a category of things, right? Like it's like an orange per se. An orange is an example of the thing that I'm talking about, right? Per se meaning of, in, or by itself intrinsically, without consideration of extraneous factors, as such, as one would expect from the name, by itself. Okay, that's not how I would have explained it. As a matter of law. See, that's even more confusing. If I were to tell someone that there is this word, and it is an adverb, and it means this, I don't know how I would use that in a sentence if you just gave me that definition. That's even more confusing. Also, my nose is itchy. Why is my nose itchy? Gosh, it's all hot again. My air conditioning is off. but it was cold a moment ago. You know what's cool? So hold on, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do an iteration of this painting a little bit. I like to iterate on paintings. Sometimes we could even change the color if we wanted. But I like these swooshy shapes. I think they're cool. So I'm gonna exaggerate them. Maybe? Maybe exaggerate them? Something like that, maybe? This could be little bookshelves, little nooks and cubby holes. That are curved. I don't know, it's kind of cool. I feel like curved places like this are always neat. Now what's happening over here? Is there another place? I guess we could do like a little bit of blue gray. Maybe there's like books and things here. In all sorts of stacks. I will say drawing stacks of books is really fun. To try to make them, it's like a great perspective challenge or practice. Maybe not you know what I mean. It's a good perspective challenge or a good perspective practice where you try to make them at different angles, at different rotations, at different in and out. You have to start thinking in all three dimensions, right? So it's not just having a book here rotated, but also off to the side, so the stack's a little uneven. But also as it gets uneven, they start rotating, right? Like someone pushed and it spinned, and so you start getting these like three-dimensional shapes, and you have to think about forwards and side to side. And if you make it all, if every book is just inwarded or outward, for example, suddenly it starts to look a little like not organic. And so you want to have, you know, maybe a book is tipped up on another book, and then that book is rotated, and you know, maybe there's some books on the side, some are pushed in, some are pushed out, but others are tipped, and some are tipped and pushed out. And so you just have like a whole, like everything is uneven but in a different way, right? Some are uneven, you know, fat and narrow, some are thin this way, some are tall, and you have every rotation and every axis to play with. And I feel like that's something that's really hard, like intuitively for me, because when I draw I'm thinking very robotically, almost like, oh, these books need to go this way, and then you draw them all in and you're like, oh wait, nope, that looks all the same. Maybe this is like an architect's area, and so you have big sheets of paper rolled out. Something like that. I got a print of a digital painting I did, and I prefer the print because it makes hard edges less hard in spots where I didn't want focus to go. Wait, you got a print of a digital painting you did, and you prefer the print because it makes hard edges less hard in spots where I didn't want focus to go. Oh, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean by that? How how does that happen in a print? Although, actually, I think I know what you're talking about, but I'd love for you to explain it before I assume I know what you mean. Because I actually experienced something similar with art that's on, like, when I set it as my desktop background on my computer versus when I paint it. Because oftentimes when I paint it, it's like it's a part of my whole screen. So, like, I view it like it is a standalone image. Whereas when it's blown up, it feels like it's a snapshot of a real place where things like composition don't matter as much. So, like, sometimes if I have like a composition that's a little bit off, it looks better when I full screen it because it makes it feel like I'm just in the room. And again, if I'm in a room, it doesn't, I don't think about it as like, oh, the composition is, like real life scenes don't necessarily have nice compositions, right? So they kind of get a pass. Um, but if you're just a standalone image and you zoom out, suddenly you judge it as like an image, kind of. Anyway, and I made this. Um, I realized this with like thinking about splash art or loading screens for video games, where like when you're full screened in a video game and there's a loading screen, I actually think having perfect compositions isn't as important as I think I once thought. Like, because I think everyone tries to make it all super framed and stuff. But like, if you're just trying to go for immersion, I think some wonkiness works. Kind of. I don't know. I'm not sure where I fall on this. But anyway, I feel like having something printed out gives you just a different perspective on it, and it makes you view it in a different way where the focus is might come a little more natural, and like what you're focusing on is different in a way, just because of the format, the type, the way you're interacting with it. Like, again, basically what I was getting at is like, interacting with something full screen or not full screen or physical or not physical, like it changes a little bit of how you view the thing. um and yeah, I don't know, to me it's interesting because I think I used to just sort of, oh, an image is an image, it needs to have a good composition and all that stuff, and it's like, well, I don't know, the how you composition can change depending on context a little bit. I don't know. Not quite sure what I meant with that. But yeah. Speaking of digital painting, I think I'm not going to name their name because I haven't been to stream in quite a few months. I think in December they had redeemed a print, and I don't know if I sent it to them. And I don't know how to figure it out. I guess I could ask them. But I feel weird because I've never talked to them, and I don't want to just like send them a DM on Discord. I don't even know if they have a Discord. But I think I owe them a print, and I don't actually know because I found a print, or a. I noticed that their name was in the queue for like 4 months, and I had already sent out prints like a month prior, and so I'm like, where did their name come from? Did I send it, but I forgot to mark it off, or did I just never send it at all? And so I don't actually know if I've sent them a print or not. Um, and yeah, I feel bad. But if you've ever not gotten a print from me and you speak up and I know who you are, I will be like, yep, I'll send you one because I there's definitely somebody. I don't know how it works but in the digital painting, hard edges were digitally hard, even in the background, where I didn't want the focus to go. In the next painting, I might add some noise blur to stuff that I don't want the focus to be. Oh, interesting. And so in the print, it's softer just on accident, or is it like a fluke, or is it? So I'm wondering if maybe like when you view the thing, you're not viewing the edges. So like when I make a painting, I don't treat the edges as part of the image. But if you had a physical print, suddenly you have these super crisp, hard edges, right? It's like you're 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 artificially injecting a hard edge, and so everything by contrast becomes softer. I know that's a thing that can happen. I'm not sure I've ever experienced it a ton, but I definitely have gotten, like, is it actually softer or is it the illusion of softness? Because this is something that I have experienced. I have experienced where I held a print, I'm like, oh, that's really blurry. Um, I'm like, oh, it's much softer. But it actually wasn't. It was more that there was other more hard things in context. There was I saw a video a couple years ago where I don't know who it was by. It might have been like Draw with Jazza, but he basically said like if you can make a lasso tool mark, like a little circle, and you make it hard edged, and that looks wrong, you probably don't have enough variety in your image, right? If your whole image, if you're painting with an airbrush and you were to then make a lasso tool mark and that edge stood out, as being unnecessary, like overly hard, then you're probably like, you should have a variety. The idea was that you should have some very hard edges and some very soft edges. And if you have that variety, a hard edge isn't going to inherently look out of place because they exist in your painting already. But if it's all soft, then it will look out of place, right? Do you know what I'm saying? I wonder if there's something like that where, you got so used to painting it and you thought there was hard edges, but actually it wasn't as hard as you thought they were. Like there was a fuzzy pixely around the edge. But then when you printed it and you see real life, which does have much harder edges, or you think about them as hard edges, suddenly it's like, oh, everything's soft compared. I don't know. I do wonder. I always wonder with stuff like this, where like, is your account of it? And I'm not just doubting you. I do this with everybody, by the way. And it's not that I'm not mistrusting people. I just know that a lot of times when we describe situations like this, there's like this weird. I saw a thing on Twitter just yesterday. There's this guy. I don't even think I follow him, but he's like a fashion reporter, and he just talks about like, I think mostly like men's fashion, which is not really something that I'm interested in at all. But I just find it interesting. Like the conversations he has on Twitter are funny. So I probably do follow his account, but anyway, I view his content enough, apparently, that it'll just pop up in my feed whether or not if I follow him. But anyway, there was like, he had retweeted an image of like a man in, well, just like in a shirt and trousers. I say trousers because he says trousers. I think he's British. He calls all things trousers. If they're pants, they're trousers. Anyway, but in one image, the waist was a little bit higher, and in the other it was a little bit lower, and it was like a before and after of like tailoring type thing. And so, but it's in the comments, some people were like, "Well, of course the second one looks better. His posture is better," and I'm like, is it though? Like, it looks like he's standing up straighter because his legs look longer. So, like, there's kind of an illusion going on. And also, like, maybe the lighting was slightly worse in the first image because it sort of rounded his shoulders because there was a softer light. Whereas the other one, he was all in silhouette. And so it kind of made the illusion that this guy maybe had rounder, slumped shoulders in the first image. But, like, if you kind of cover up parts of the image and like try to be accurate, like, I don't think there was a posture difference. But like, everyone in the comments, not even everyone, a lot of the people in the comments were like, this isn't disingenuous before and after because the posture. It's like, no, this is what the illusion of the clothing is doing. Like, I'm pretty sure there was an illusion happening, and I felt like everyone else, or I felt like I was, going crazy. Like me, the guy posting it was like I think he was trying to explain this to some people. I'm like, I kind of agree with him. Like, I know this can happen, and I felt like it was one of those things where people's self-reported interpretation of what they're seeing, I think, is different than what reality was, right? They were seeing it as posture. I was seeing it as like graphic design and an illusion of posture of like or some this, and I actually fell victim to this before as well, on the same guy who posts men's fashion on Instagram, on Twitter, where I would look at two images and be like, that one looks better. But actually it would just be the model is just a better looking model. And so like if you have someone who doesn't look inherently as good, maybe they do have worse posture or something. And then you put them in two different clothings, it's very hard sometimes for me to sort of look past the person and just focus on the clothes, right? That's really hard for me to do. Um, and so it's common that like this guy who's apparently like he writes a lot in like I think like the New York Times and various publications um about fashion, he'll point these things out, be like, no, like, you know, like, yes, this model is more attractive than the other model, but also the clothing sucks. Like just because the clothing, like just because like this person in your opinion is attractive doesn't make what they're wearing better, right? Like they could still be dressed poorly, but we're giving them a pass because we think they're attractive, right? If like, insert famous actor or something, if they're wearing like a poorly fitting suit, people will just not even notice that the suit is poorly fitting because they're just focused on like, oh, they still look good, right? Because they're fit and they clearly worked out or whatever. But like that's hard to see, right? Like it's hard to see past because we trick, our brains are so tricky. Like we, I don't know. It might be a color thing actually, not necessarily edges. Maybe the color contrast. Yeah, it could be that. Yeah, it could be a color thing. Because I think softness. It's funny actually you point that out, and this is something we've talked about on stream before too. Uh, when you want to soften something, it's not just about blurring it, right? Like softening something doesn't just mean you literally add fuzziness to the edge or like a blur, right? There's other ways to soften. You could just add a gradient. That's going to soften it relative. Obviously, if you add a gradient on just one part, it will give the blur effect. But you could just, the whole thing will soften it. Like relative, like it's just a different type of softening. Because contrast, right? Like if you have a crisp hard edge, that creates a point of contrast. But this is also less contrast. It's just because it's that less value contrast. And so I think in context in a whole image, yeah, if you have stuff in the background like a building, even if it's a hard edge, your brain can still read it as soft relative to the other stuff because it's not standing out. Anyway, I think it's quite interesting. Yeah, it could very well be color. I feel like that's absolutely a good like that. When you say that, I'm like, yeah, that tracks, right? That makes sense with me because I know that is an effect. Although you totally could have a something where the whole painting is blurry. I could see that. Like things absolutely can print blurry. Like especially if there's like a multi-layered process, like art or CMYK, and they're doing it in layers, and one of the layers is like offset, right? So there's like you know, the inks aren't aligned perfectly or something. I don't know how that works, but I could totally see that being, blurring an image a little bit and making it all a little bit out of focus, which might make other aspects of the image do more heavy lifting, like the composition, where maybe you had a bunch of hard edge lines and it was a little distracting, but when you blurred it, it actually looked better. I don't know. But yeah, I love stuff like that. It's just such a fun topic for me because it's like in that realm of optical illusions and visual communication. There's just so many cool things about it. Oh, thanks. I'm sitting on my foot. Don't forget to sit up straight. Stop slouching, everybody. Stop being a shrimp or a flamingo. Maybe there's a little cactus here. I don't know why, but I feel like this wants to have a little mini cactus plushie or something. Actually, I do know why. It's because the color was already there. Hey, Rekriner, how are you? Little plants. Maybe some cacti up here. I feel like cacti would be good up here. I'm a flamingo sitter too. Yeah, I always sit on my foot and then it starts hurting. And I'm like, why am I sitting on my foot? But yeah. Zexaway says, hi, Tiller. Hello. By the way, I don't know if that's like a nickname that you've calling me, which I'm totally fine with that. But just so you know, it is Stiller. Like, J is the first letter of my name. Stands for Joe, and then my last name is Stiller with an S. I'm okay with you calling me Tiller, but I feel like I should point that out because I don't actually know. I don't know if you knew that, so just throwing that out there. But yeah, hi. Hope you're doing well. This is looking great. Love the pots. Love the pots of plants. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. It's fun. I like potted plants. I don't know if the colors on the cacti they don't stand out. We'll have to put some lights and stuff. Jay Stiller, the tiller on stilts. I don't know what that means, but sure. The tiller on stilts. I thought you were just super into JavaScript. JS Tiller. Ooh, I could see that being a point of confusion. Yeah, maybe I'm very into JavaScript. Yeah. There we go. I like that. I'm not, but I like that interpretation. Yeah, I'm fine with being called anything really, but well, mostly, but yeah, no, it's I always was wondering if that was a nickname or just a goof. Or maybe both. Or maybe neither. Big J? Yeah, yes. Call me Big... No, don't call me Big J. Actually, I don't really like nicknames. It's one of those things, I don't think I've ever called someone a nickname unless other people called them that first. I've just always been awkward in that sense. Like, I have never been comfortable enough with people to like make up my own nickname for them. Like, I feel like if they call themselves something, I'm going to respect that and call them that themselves. And like, it's also one of the reasons why I have a hard time when people online have screen names, like Skittles' name is James, for example. It's hard for me to get in the habit of calling him James when his name is Skittle, right? It's on the screen. Like, that's... bless me, thanks. And so I have a hard time calling people their real names, even if... Unless it's so commonplace, right? Unless it's so commonplace that people refer to them as that thing. then I will also refer to them as that, right? So there are exceptions, but mostly I just follow suit, right? I'm gonna do what the crowd does. I'm gonna do, if it's just a one-on-one, I'm gonna do what they say. I don't know. I've always felt like there's and I don't feel this towards me, and I want to make this extremely clear. This is not calling out you, Mimomo, or anyone else. Like, I don't mind nicknames. I think nicknames are fine. But for me, when I come up with a nickname, or when I call someone a nickname that they haven't told me to call them, it feels like, on my end, it feels like there's a tiny bit of disrespect or something. Like, why would I decide their name? Like, that just feels weird. But I don't have any issue if people do that to me. I just feel that way when I do it to other people. So I never make nicknames for people. It's always, for all my life, it's felt weird. You came up with your own nickname, then legally changed my name to it. Yeah, I think that's a cool way of doing it. But like, looking back at like school, right? There's always the people who had nicknames, and they never really chose their own nicknames. And it always bothered me a little bit, because a lot of times they were like kind of like not nice nicknames. They were just things that the people had embraced because that's the way of fitting in, kind of. Is like, you don't want to, like, if you fight against it, people are going to lean in harder at that age. And so there was always this sort of sense of like, well, not like a mean nickname, like, I don't know, like maybe a guy who's a little big, so they call him Big J, right? Like, do you think he decided to call himself that? Like, that's kind of him embracing a name that is like, like, sure, he leans into it, he probably takes it in stride, and it's not inherently mean, but it's like, it kind of is, right? Like, do you think the first time he was called that, he wanted to be called Big J? Probably not. Like, it probably felt like, especially if he had any insecurity at all. So I don't know. Nicknames to me have always been really weird. It's like this, it really depends on who's doing the nicknaming and whether it feels like, I don't know. It's just weird. I've never. I think I'm just slightly too socially awkward for me to feel comfortable doing that with other people. I think that's what it is. I think it's a me problem. There was a kid in my high school we called Fish. Pretty sure he hated it. Yeah, and like, at some point they might embrace it, right? And then it's like a thing, and it's normal. But like, isn't one of the cardinal rules of nicknaming that, like, you don't choose your own nicknames? Because like, then people aren't. But like, that should be how it is, because otherwise it feels like, why would I call you something that you didn't choose? Isn't that disrespectful to you? Like, oh, please call me Joe. All right, little Joey. Like, I don't want to be called little Joey. Don't call me that. I don't want that to be my nickname. I don't know. Anyway, but I do want to point out, I do not mean that this is a reason for people to call me, that to not call me whatever, like, whatever. If you call me something on Twitch, I don't care. Uh, this is just a very, like, my personal take on it. A lot of it's from like growing up around people who eventually got nicknames, but I never would have been the one to give it to them because I would have felt too awkward doing that. Why do so many people get the nickname Fish? What does that mean? Were they a good swimmer? Could be. Could be people being good at swimming. Or, yeah, maybe they have fish in their name, or Fisher is a common last name. Not necessarily spelled like fish, but yeah, it could be. I think it's just a common, I don't know. It could also be used as like a bad thing. So like in prison movies, there's often like the new fish kind of thing. like a fish out of water sort of deal, where it's like, oh, it's the newbie, it's the one who's like. So that I think there could be stuff like that. So I feel like a lot of nicknames, it's really about context and how you use it, and yeah, I feel like there's lots of reasons a name could pop up. It's also just easy to say. The guy we called Fish was because he looked weird, so it was 100% insulting. Yeah, that's just mean. That's always been my. I know it's a very black and white way to think, but like if they're not calling themselves that, they obviously then wouldn't want to be called that. And so like why? And even if they do call themselves that, maybe they didn't want to be called that. I don't know. It's tricky. Nicknaming has always been tough for me. Okay, let's do another painting. I do like this one. I'm not sure if maybe the... Again, composition's a little wonky. I don't really know what's happening with this room. Whatever, I'll figure it out later. But yeah. Why can't people just be nice to each other? Although I say that, but it's also not that easy. Because you could think you're being nice, but they don't like it, and then suddenly you're like, well, what did I do wrong? Or you could say something mean, and they could embrace it because they just take it in stride and sort of, you know, realize it's not the end of the world, and then it becomes like a nickname or something. And so what started as an insult becomes a name that they embrace. And so, like, is it still mean to call them the thing that started mean, but now it's not? Because they, like, it's never that easy, right? It's never that black and white. But I do... Yeah. Or you could have things where on an individual level, there's literally no harm, but when you scale it up to like a general audience, it then can create a stereotype. Right? So it's like it could actually be a negative thing because the way our brains work, we sort of find patterns. And so if it's a sample size of 1, it might be a positive thing, but if it's a sample size of 1,000,000, now it's negatively affecting all the other people. And so it's like you can get into really weird things where it's not it's depending on the scale, it could be perfectly okay, and then you and I feel like a lot of like cultural issues and language usage is like that, where that the person saying a thing doesn't care, the person hearing the thing doesn't care, but culturally it spreads an idea that may or may not be very accurate, and so it actually becomes like a source of misinformation or something. Like perpetuating stereotypes about certain groups of people or something, where you might even have a nickname of someone like because they do have those characteristics, and then suddenly you have, I don't know. I feel like there's certain things like that get really really tricky, where like it's and I guess there's a lot of like systemic stuff like this, right? Where people are like, well, like it doesn't affect me, and then the other person's like, yeah, it doesn't affect me, but like over time there are noticeable effects of this thing, and so like it's like a all interiors. Yeah, all interiors today. Just like last stream. Last stream we did this one, which I really liked. I also changed the... I was actually going to work on this one today. I may work on this next stream if I like where it's going. I changed the composition a little bit, just as an example, because this is what I would have done had I been painting on this painting more today. Because this one, actually it was cropped this way, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think I cropped the image, right? It was like this. But I felt that the focus, and actually I still think this is fine. Maybe it could have even been like, actually we maybe could have done this and made it longer. But anyway, this one was a little weird because the cat, we were kind of looking on this side of the painting because this is obviously where the focal point was, or kind of, but all the lines were pointing over here. And so I wanted to shift it away from here to looking on this side. Anyway, just it didn't feel balanced, so I tried to fix that a little bit, and this was my attempt at it. Very rough, quick attempt. But yeah, anyway, I really like this painting, and I want to do another day of interiors. Come to think of it, there's also a big amber and little amber. One is older than the other. Yeah. I feel, man, I wish, I think in another life, I would have loved to do like a sociology, uh, like a cultural studies type thing, or like the way language, or maybe like paired with linguistics and language and how things affect people. It's just, there's a lot of really interesting stuff in science and study around those topics. Or even like there are certain like system type things, almost getting into like, I don't want to, maybe not mathematics, but like different, like, gosh, I can't even think of a good example. But I always use, there's an analogy for it, like like a sifter, where like the top layer has big holes and then the bottom layer has smaller holes, right? And then this one has really tiny, like much smaller holes, and like you kind of create a structure or a system where when you put things in, it sort of sorts things. And even if you think it's totally fair, there's sort of this down, like there's an effect that happens at the end after, you know, life happens, right? And then it sorts these things into these little categories, and you're like, oh, these things are bad, right? But like you don't really notice it because the structure isn't as obvious like this, or it's not intended to do a thing, but it does a thing just as a byproduct. And like how do these laws or cultural practices or whatever, they create, they make things happen that they never intended to make happen. And like, I don't know, that stuff just to me fascinates me. It's like I don't know, it just, I like it. Speaking as somebody who is in a master's program, can say college in the U.S. is kind of a scam, so you're probably better off with the job you have now. Oh, I'm not talking about a job. I'm just talking about knowledge and education. I'm very, I mean, yeah, I have a degree from a university that I don't use. But maybe it's part of like me coping. But I've always think I've held the view that you should study the things you want to know about and not the things that you think are going to get you a job. I just feel like it's a sad world when interesting things and things that you should be able to care about, you have to say, oh, it's not worth my time learning about it because it doesn't make me money. I think that's a sad, I just think that's a really sad state of affairs when you don't do the things you want because they don't make you money. And again, maybe I'm coping because I'm doing art and I have to justify my, me spending time doing a thing that doesn't make me much money. Uh, but I do feel like that's always been, it's probably a part of the reason why I allowed myself to get into art, right? Because I have this view. I think if I had a view where like money was everything, or like there's sort of these two schools of thought, right? Like, oh, it's a waste of time to get a psychology degree because most psychology degrees don't end up getting jobs in that field. Is it though? Is it a waste of time? Like, I don't think so. I don't think it's a waste of time and money. I mean, maybe a waste of money in the sense that like you shouldn't, maybe education in the US shouldn't be as expensive as it is. Um, I mean, in a sense, right, in the US, sure, there are, I think you could make the argument that, like, it's only a scam because it costs a bunch of money and you're going into debt for a thing that you shouldn't have to go into debt for in the first place, because learning stuff and being more educated should be a thing that we all want to strive for and allow people to learn more stuff regardless of whether or not it's a profitable investment. Like, I think just having an educated society should be good and desirable, but also clearly that's not the case in the US. And so it's a tricky topic, because I totally get it when people are like, discouraging their children from studying a thing they care about because they think it's not going to make them an income, because it probably won't. And being well off enough that you can do the things you want to do in life are important. And a lot of people never get to do art because they're constantly having to work and do put tons of time into other things just to pay the bills. And so they never get the time to actually like do what they want. And that's also sad. So I don't know. It's that's definitely a I don't know, like maybe, I mean, it's probably most, I'm just speaking from the US perspective, but it's definitely a little bit of a cultural failing, I feel like. A lot of it seems to do with, like, the sort of extreme independence and, like, what's that thing, not independence, individualism, right? That sort of sense of individual identity, and also, like, capitalism of like monetizing everything, and everything's a business and needs to be money first and profits first. Like, there's sort of those two things coming together, and it's like a lot of the things that are just good for the world or for society or for the US or whatever don't get done or funded, or just they kind of fall away because they aren't inherently profitable, and it ends up not, I don't know, I just feel like it ends up not being good. I don't know, it sucks. You studied German, French, Japanese, and history in undergrad and couldn't get a job, so I went back. I enjoy the topic, but it's hard to find work for it. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, and I think at some point you do have to do something that, or you don't have to, but it makes sense to do something that you think is going to get you a job. I just find it, I don't know, it just sucks. I guess, yeah, I do think I am in a position where I've sort of come to terms with that a little bit, and sort of convinced, I'm maybe I do it every day a little bit, but I'm convincing myself, or have convinced myself, that I would rather not be rich or something than to do a job that I don't actually care about, and that I think sucks, and not have energy to do the other, because a lot of jobs require a lot of energy, especially if you don't really like it. Like, it's going to be even more energy, and I just don't feel like I could justify doing a job where I'm exhausted at the end of the day, and the only thing I want to do is play games, which, again, I like games are great, but the only thing I want to do is play games at the end of the day, and I'm too tired to actually learn something that's interesting to me, because I'm just too tired. I don't want that life. I want to be able to, like, actually do stuff that I think is important or useful, or like art. I like art. I like talking about it. I like, I guess you could say educating people on it, but not really. Mostly just talking about it and how I do it. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I kind of intentionally didn't get a job in the field that I studied in. Right? I have a degree. I could have pursued a job in that field. I probably could have. But it became apparent to me that I just it's exhausting. It's not something that I wanted to do, and I'd like to think I'm better off for it. I don't think I ever would have done art or gotten into art, at least not in the way that I am now, had I gotten a career in in the field that I studied. You were working in a factory before I went back to school. It paid well, but didn't really give me the energy for exactly right. That's my thought process there, right? If it doesn't give you the energy for stuff that you actually want to do, like what are you living for? I mean, again, not to be like gloomy about it, but just I mean, like literally, like are you living to work or are you working to live? Like what's the to me, you should work to live, right? You should go to work. You should make like sure you can still have a job that's fulfilling, but you should be able to come home and like do what you want to do. And hopefully in a perfect world, your work would be enjoyable. You could do what you want to do. You would find some fulfillment from it, but also still have hobbies and other things, that you care about, whether it's family or whatever. Like you should still have the energy after work. It shouldn't be like a grind just to put food on the table, and it shouldn't be, just like all consuming to where your work that may or may not, carry over in later stages of your life is like your entire life. Like you should, like if you lost your job and now you have nothing, like that shouldn't be the case either, right? There should be a some I mean maybe not even a balance. There should but like you should be more than just your job, right? I think that regardless, right? Um now I don't know. I mean it's tough because in most cases your job is also like there's knowledge and skills that you take. So like, if you are an engineer, there's probably lots of stuff that you know that carry over whether you are doing an engineering job or not, right? And so like obviously your job isn't you, even if it's consuming your time and energy. And so it's tricky, but and I think most jobs are that way. But yeah, something like working in a factory, right? That feels like, okay, well, I knew how to do this very specific thing, but like, does that translate into the rest of your life? And like, no, probably not, right? Like, you're kind of just trying to, like, you're basically putting in hours to make someone else's dream come true, right? I don't want to be like dedicating my life to for someone else's dream instead of mine. I just feel like that's even less enjoyable, even if I'm making more money. Welcome back, Skittle. Thanks for the hydrate. Was just walking your cat. Nice. Yeah, I was drinking tea right when you redeemed it. When I'm almost done with my tea, making good progress. What if this looks like a gazebo? It does look a little bit like a gazebo. I was thinking something with like a shiny floor somehow. Shiny floor. I mean, a lot of these are just like base structures for other things. They're not, you know, not terribly exciting. Also, I want to try something. Some glow dodge. Maybe not that color. What about green up here? Maybe little handles. I know it's not very, that's a little dangerous to put candles here. Right? Like, because books and stuff. Candles by... Maybe they're like, not candles, but like magic candles. Like some sort of, you know, lantern thing that you would have in like a magic library to not burn it down because candles are bad. Right? You don't want fire. You don't want open flames in you know, in archives or whatever. That's a very common thing in like in fantasy, I think, where you have some magic way to like light the way that isn't light, or that isn't or candlelight. There, put a little figure back here. Magic, yeah, exactly. Magic glowing crystal lamps, yeah, stuff like that. Exactly, Brown Coat Brett. Also, hi, Brown Coat Brett. Did I say? I don't think I said hello to you earlier. I read what you were talking about, but saying you knew a fish and talking about fish as a nickname. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Okay, I do like that one. It's been like 30 minutes, but hi. Hope you're well. This is why I this is why I'm not a pro streamer, because I forget to say hello to people until after they've been here for 30 minutes, among other reasons. Skill issue, basically. Maybe this one has some plants. I don't know. All these are kind of samey. They have a lot of arches in them. Maybe this one will focus more on a top plane. So instead of the ground plane, the ceiling plane here. I don't know what that one is. I do like the idea of a crystal, like crystal shop or magic glowy crystals. That's kind of fun. I mean, what if we just literally make that? I'm not good at social stuff, so I understand no harm, no foul. Yeah, I don't think I'm good at social stuff either. Although I don't really think that that translates super well to streaming. I'm arguably better at streaming than I am at social stuff. Streaming is weird. I actually think streaming is really beneficial to people who struggle with social things because you don't have the immediacy of like that sort of expectation of responding in the right way. You get to read it and sort of you can come back to it when you want, or you're kind of in charge of the conversation. So if you struggle with something, you can still handle it well. And I actually find streaming like almost an ideal form of communication for me. Obviously, it's not, you know, it doesn't function the same as like an in-person conversation, but it's about as close to the way I would like to communicate as you can get. Um, Over text is probably in some ways better, depending. But my issue there is then it's not as immediate, and this is like a nice middle ground. It's still pretty back and forth, but it also allows some time. There's like a delay of sort of communication to where I can think about it a little bit more, and um, yeah, I don't know. I really like the way streaming and interacting on Twitch works. You know, obviously it's asymmetrical, right? It's not perfect, but as somebody who is not a great communicator, and well, I don't know. I'm not bad in real life, but I think for me being comfortable with the person is super important. Otherwise, I'm extremely awkward. But online, that kind of goes away because there's like all these, social expectations and not knowing who the person is. But online kind of has this culture of like everybody's anonymous until you speak. And then you sort of the information you put out there is the same for everyone, right? If someone came into stream and said the exact same words at the exact same time, they would be indistinguishable from you, right? Other than I guess your name. But like in real life, there's all these other factors that make that messy. And hey Asia, hope you're doing well. And so there's sort of this like level playing field on the internet that makes it really comfortable for me. Um, I don't have a problem speaking up on a forum, for example, right? I think the words will succeed or fail on their own, right? There's not going to be judging what the person looks like. There's not going to be judging like it's pretty much just a different I don't know. It doesn't feel as much like a weird social dance and stuff. But online just feels much more, in some ways, feels more authentic. I feel like I can be myself easier, and because I don't know. And streaming is an interesting sort of intersection of that because obviously there's still like me. I have to communicate, right? I have a webcam now, which makes it a little weird, but I'm getting used to it. Okay, I don't know what this scene is, but it looks dingy and dark and dank. Not in like like the you know the stoner culture way of using the word, but like literally dark and dingy. Not dank like groovy. Groovy, man. Maybe there's some glowing crystals on here. I don't know how this is gonna work. Let's go purple. What about like a dark purple so that the contrast isn't very high? And then we can bring out the contrast in just the right spot. Something like that, maybe? Maybe there's like crystals being cut and chopped up or something. I don't know. Little bits of crystal. And then maybe some red in here because these should be probably red vines. Although maybe not. Maybe they're a little bit more gray. I'm so much louder online than in person. Same. Same. Yeah, I could just have... I mean, I could have converse... Well, I don't know. I guess I can... You're not talking just volume, right? You're talking about, like, your presence, right? I assume. Because, yeah, I definitely am more social online, right? I'm more social in the sense that I engage more. I could spend all day, and this is not a good thing, but I could spend all day like replying to Reddit posts if I wanted or responding to Twitter, right? Like just jumping into conversations that I wasn't even necessarily a part of. And be like, I think I have something to say. Hey, I'm over here. In real life, I would never do that. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna stay out of it and go along in my own business. I don't want to get pulled into random conversations and like, I feel like that's rude and nosy, and I'd rather not talk to strangers about random stuff in real life. If you're a good friend, sure. I can ramble and we can chat and whatever. But like, I never want to start that, right? I don't want to approach someone and start talking about a thing. It makes me feel weird. But online, that's like the norm, right? Everybody's anonymous. It's okay to jump into a conversation. That's how the internet works. Joe, you better talk to me in real life. I better never meet you in real. No, I'm kidding. I was gonna. I don't know why I would ever meet you in real life, but if I ever did, I would say hello. I would. I think I can talk pretty okay in real life. No, actually, funny enough, I think I would do better talking to people who I know have a common connection, like a like for example, if I went to a TwitchCon or something and people came to chat, I think I would do just fine because I'm there's sort of like a professionalish sense, right? Where like the people there are like I'm still the streamer or whatever, or you're another streamer and we're just two streamers interacting about, it's like it's a business thing, right? Or there's the streamer viewer relationship where it's like it's still the same thing. Like it's, I don't know, we bond over the way that we do now. I don't know. Also, hi. Yeah, hi. Hope you're doing well. We'll get you to. Yeah, I would go to TwitchCon. I think it'd be fun. I don't know if I have the money. I'm gonna have to do like a GoFundMe TwitchCon fund. Pay have stream pay for my way to TwitchCon. Uh, I don't know. I would totally go though. I think it would be fun. I'd be up for it. I mean, I'd be up for going to any convention, to be honest. Going isn't my issue. It's the getting there and the yeah. Joe fund me instead of go Joe fund me. That's not what I meant to say. I don't think I said that, but yeah, that's funny. A Joe fund me. Yeah, no, I'd go to TwitchCon. I think that'd be fun, and I actually think I would be pretty okay with that. I think when I have a topic, right? If I'm like, I can do customer service, right? If I'm standing there and like at a booth or I'm there for a reason, that's great. It's the random like, "Hi, I'm Joe. Uh who are you and what are you doing?" Like trying to like meet people for the first time. That's the weird part. But like if you're, you know, if you're someone who's like, "Hi, I'm so and so," or like, "Oh, I watch your stream." I'm like, "Oh, awesome." Like, thanks for being here and blah 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 and all. I can just talk to you like I'm talking to you now, mostly. I'm not like super awkward in real life, or maybe I am and I just don't know. I guess that's possible. Okay, let's vote. Let's do a straw poll real quick. We'll work on one of these. Do we get rid of this one? I like this one better. Although I have a hunch this one looks better. Because the lighting looks nicer. Nope, we're still gonna go not this one. Sorry, painting number 1. I think you're getting yeeted. Am I eating painting number 1? Yep, I am. I just don't want to work on it today. I would rather work on 5 if we go there. I just don't mind being awkward anymore. It's just how I am, main. I appreciate that. I don't really think about being awkward. It's more that I just don't know what to say. Like, it's a weird song and dance between, like, I mean, I am awkward. That's the thing, right? It's not that I don't mind being awkward. It's that I come off awkward even if I try not to. Which makes which makes the situations not as enjoyable when you're the awkward one, right? Like it's just I don't know. It's hard for me to enjoy myself when I know that no, no, no. It's something. I don't know what it is. Okay, let's do this. Let's make a new layer here. Let's delete the numbers so that I can repaint them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Okay. Let's make a straw poll. 4 options. You know what? No, we don't need a straw poll. We can do it live in chat. /poll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Vote or which thumbnail shall I work on today? There we go. We have a poll. The poll is up and live on twitch.tv/jstiller30 if you're viewing on Twitch. If you're not viewing on Twitch, hello, YouTube. Probably VOD. Hello, VOD people. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't actually think I'm that awkward. I just feel that I'm more comfortable chatting online or in like semi-professional settings. I pretty much need a thing to bond over, right? If there's like an event that we're watching or an activity that we're doing, there has to be some context that that is the topic of initial conversation. And the weather doesn't do it for me. Like and the classic small talk things like sure is a nice day today. What are your plans for the week? I mean, some of that's okay, but I don't know. To me, it's like if we're all if if you go to a place and there's like a convention and you're all enjoying the convention, it's like, oh, how are you enjoying the convention, right? Or if I know that most people here are doing art, I can be like, what kind of art do you do? Or how did you find the stream, right? There's like things you can, you know. It's between 1 and 4 for me. I'd vote for both if I could. Too bad. You'd have to make a new account. You'd have to make a double account and rig the vote. And then you could, I don't know, follow me on your other account to boost my numbers. Just kidding. Don't do that. I don't want fake follows. That's bad. That actually is probably bad for streaming. But yeah. Yeah, I think 4 is not as in some ways it's not as interesting. I think 1 is interesting. Oh, you can't even see the numbers. Okay, well, it seems clear that number 4 is winning. Rest in peace, 2 and 3. Also, hi Ted Grant with the riot. What are you rioting over? That I was even hinting at rigging the vote? Yeah, no, don't rig the vote. But yeah, I hope you're good. I've come bearing question. Oh, nice. I like talking about art stuff. Art questions are good. Like, and as usual, the disclaimer is, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I can talk about how I do things, but I'm not necessarily the, what's the word? Arbiter of truth. That's not what I meant to say. I'm not an authority. Let's put it that way. Other than I am on what I do and why I do it, and even then I don't even always know. Sometimes I'm just guessing at why I do things. Streaming seems so hard when you start. It seems hard when you start. I don't know. I think in some ways I actually found it not too bad when I started. I don't think streaming was bad. I had a pretty supportive group of friends from other streams. The arbiter of truth. Yeah. I no, but when I started streaming, I had a pretty supportive group of friends from other streams I was a part of, and they were very encouraging. They hung out in the first streams. It was basically just like a small group of friends, and actually, it wasn't ever really bad. It streaming for me, I was pretty fortunate. Um, I think the technical side of it is a little bit much, and I think that's always a hard thing is like diagnosing problems and technical issues sort of when you're live and dealing with bad internet and all that. um, by the way, yeah, we just have a few more minutes. This looks like number 4 is going to win the vote. um, but yeah, so I was very fortunate. The bringer of judgment, he who paints. Yeah, exactly, something like that. But I think streaming is actually it's surprisingly not as hard as you might think. I think it's very similar to painting, and I think streaming and art, or really probably any creative endeavor, is sort of it's kind of the same thing, right? You start small, and you each time you do it, you say, oh, how did that go? And you sort of feel it out, and you're like, okay, well, maybe it wasn't that great. And maybe you look at your past stream and you say, what went wrong? And you listen to yourself and you're like, oh, I sure did mumble a lot. And the next time you're like, I'm going to try to mumble less today. And then that becomes your sort of goal for that stream. And the next stream, you're like, oh, my audio quality was not very good, or I said lots of ums or likes, or I constantly stopped painting while I was talking and I should have kept painting. And so then you work on that. And over time, it's like, oh, maybe I want to switch it up and do something new today to engage the audience, or do something with the community. And then you try something new and see how that works. And you kind of just meander. And that's sort of how art works, right? You start out by picking up a pencil and drawing something. And you're like, I think tomorrow I want to try a scene with a character instead of just a character by itself. And so you start doing a scene. And you're like, oh, Lay Gowl, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate you, Lay Gowl. Thank you very much for the sub. For 3 months. Oh, let's move that off while I save the thing. Save in a JPEG. Saving again. But yeah, so it's very much the same, right? Just like in art where you might start with something simple and then each time you do it, you sort of diagnose what's wrong. And by the time you're done, well, you're never really done, but years later, you are like, oh, I can paint all these things. But it's not like you just jumped in and was like, oh, it's so hard to get started as an animator. Well, kind of. I mean, sure, there's a lot of tools you need to know, probably a lot of skills, different techniques, there's some knowledge, and there's lots of stuff that you need to know. But you also start with like, I'm gonna draw a stick figure as a kid, and that's how you start. Like, it's not, I don't think streaming has to be this big hard endeavor, right? It's basically download OBS and follow the instructions to start up a stream, right? Add your Twitch stream key to OBS. Hit start. That's it, right? And then maybe have a mic. You don't even need a mic. You could do that later. So yeah, I find that streaming doesn't need to be the thing. A lot of people will look at streaming and say, "Oh, but I need a webcam. I need a good computer. I need to know audio quality stuff. I've got to learn how to speak well. I have to have good topics. I have to be funny. I have to make nice art. I have to have a good microphone." Did I say that already? I don't know. Like, I have to have a backdrop so it looks nice set. I need those fancy, Red Bull or whatever energy drink display cases. You don't need that. You don't need any of that. You start with one thing and you build on it, right? It's hard to stream to nobody. I mean, that is a skill, right? That's one of the first skills that you sort of run headfirst into it, and it is tough, right? It's a little tough to stream to nobody. Again, I was fortunate. I had some friends there, and that's where just hanging out in people's streams, making genuine friends and being like, hey, I'm gonna stream, would you like to show up? um, that definitely helps, right? Just have, it could be a family member, right? Somebody, I realize not everybody is as fortunate to be in that position. um, and maybe you could even make an argument that streaming starts before you actually go live, in that, like, making friends and being social and trying to get people to want to support you and hang out with you while, like, before you ever go live. That could be an important thing, right? It might even mean working on, trying. And again, I don't think you need to know what you're going to stream before you stream. In fact, I think that's I don't think you need to know at all. I think you just have fun and go with the flow. But yeah, I don't know. I just find the similarities between streaming and art the same, in that you need the mentality of like, I don't quite know where this is going to go, and that's okay, right? Do you know what kind of artist you're going to be in 10 years? Probably not, right? Like, you just kind of know that you enjoy making art, and you change and you try new things over time, and in 10 years you might be doing something that you never would have dreamed you're doing. um there are some base requirements for streaming, obviously, like computer stuff, but I mean, same for art, right? Some base requirements you've got to have, some basic tools. If you're painting, if you're doing traditional work, I feel like there's, how do you set up your canvas? How do you prep it? All that stuff. Like, there's some knowledge there that you probably uh, don't know at the start, right? And I think that stuff exists for streaming too, right? You need to have OBS. You've got to do some things and set stuff up. Most programs are RAM hungry. Yeah. There's definitely, having a computer that can handle streaming is definitely the biggest barrier to entry, probably. But there's also just like troubleshooting problem stuff. I mean, it's not easy, but I think the troubleshooting problem is goes hand in hand with art. I think if you are someone, and again, I'm not claiming I'm even good at this, but I think if you are someone who you experience a problem and can find an answer, research it, but not just find one answer, but try to find lots of answers, and then you apply it, um, and you test it and see if it works. Like, that is, I think, the same recipe of how you diagnose if your art is improving, or how you want to improve, or where you want to take it. It's like, oh, perspective's not working. What's wrong? Why does my painting look wonky? Let's diagnose it. And you have to have a process that is, procedural enough that you can actually get at the root of the problem. You can't just be guessing at random stuff all willy-nilly. You'll never be able to troubleshoot the right problem. There's too many moving parts, right? So I think a lot of the same stuff is there. There's a creative element, there's a problem-solving element, there's a, like, an easy pitfall of being overly ambitious. Like, you look at the top streamers and you're like, oh, I need the best content, I'm going to do this, I'm going to have interviews, I'm going to have people on. It's like, that's not how you do it. You don't look at a top artist and say, I'm going to make a 500-page comic and have a big story and be ambitious. And it's like, no, just focus on, like, the basics, It's to me, it's very similar. Also, hi Yinray. Did I say hello? I don't know if I said hello. Hope you're doing well. Leg Owl says, for my streams, I made a little PNG owl and stream for my friends. I never had more than 5 or 6 viewers. Hey, 5 or 6 viewers is already like top 1%. Not even joking. Like, that is like, most people on Twitch never break 5 viewers. Most people never hit affiliate. An affiliate is 3 viewers. It is extremely hard to get more than like 2 or 3 people viewing your stream. I say extremely hard in that statistically it's hard, right? I didn't find it terribly hard, but again, maybe I was an outlier because I dumped so much time and energy into Twitch, and so I already had Twitch friends who were willing to show up to my stream. So, like, I think that's a big part of it, which I think is already above and beyond what most people do. But it was fun, and I want to start streaming again, just to draw more often. Yeah, that's I think that's a good reason, just to have, yeah, do stuff on stream. You can use it as like a skill building thing. Okay, I have an issue with this painting a little bit, but I gotta solve the problems. Let's solve them. But before we solve those problems, let's solve some different problems. Like that segue. Let's do the daily connections. It's a word puzzle. You're doing okay? Glad you're doing okay. Let's do the word puzzle today. All right, daily connections. The way this works is there are... It really wants me to... Is there a way for me to close this stupid banner? So the way connections works is there are 4 groups of 4. Trying to make it fit the screen. There's 4 groups of 4 words, and there's themes. Oh, I see Comic Sans. That's probably a red herring. But basically, so for example, you could have like synonyms for what a comic, or you could have sans, which is like not counting something. So like absent. Hold on. Let's just read through these. Beans. I think I already found one. Minus. Love. Energy. Zip. Zip, maybe? Best. Comic. Sans. Sincerely. Those also kind of... Best and sincerely are like endings. Wanting. So I think it's... Okay, hold on. Is this already one? Something, sans, something else. Is something that minus something. Or you could say like... wanting or yearning or something absent, something else. Wanting's weird, actually. I think that's an answer. That's an answer. Without. Okay. Zip. 0 zilch. Someone said a couple years, if you think it's easy getting viewers on Twitch, pick any channel or game, scroll until you hit 1 viewer, and keep scrolling down. Yep. Yep, pretty much. I mean, look, I don't want to make it sound like it's super hard. I just think people... I think if you think it's easy, you're not going to do the things that maybe require more work, right? This gosh, this is such like a... I don't mean to sound like a... You know, I don't want to make it sound like I have my head... You know, my chin up and look, you know, make it like acting like everything I say is important. But I feel like that's just like a life lesson, right? Like if you already think you know how something works, you're not gonna do the effort to actually learn how it works. But cheers, love, best, sincerely, yeah. Letter endings, yeah, totally. Okay, we got comic. Fans is already gone. Comic, zip, bacon, energy, bacon, energy, comic, what the heck? Landing, landing. We've got like airplane landings. Could do like a landing strip, comic strip, zip strip, nope, energy strip, nope, bacon strip, kind of. They come in strips, but also landings don't come in strips. I don't know, maybe. Bean strip, prep strip, sunset strip. Is that a thing? That's a thing, right? Like Sunset Boulevard. Is Sunset Strip a thing? I don't know what Sunset Boulevard is. What is Sunset Strip? That sounds familiar. And bacon strips are a thing. This has to be a thing, right? What's Zip Energy, Beans, and Prep? Hold on. What's this then? Zip Energy, Beans, Cool Beans, Prep? No. Prep work? Energy work. Zip. I've got pep, I've got energy, I've got zip, I've got beans. I've never heard of beans. What is beans? That's pep, like energy. What is beans then? Like, how do you use beans as energy? Is that a thing? Let me test it. That was the blue? I thought this was gonna be the blue. I should have known because it's a fill in the blank. Okay, well we got it in the order. Well, kind of. Anyway. That was not hard. That was the easiest one I think we've ever had. Let's do the Wordle. And then we'll get back. Let's start with good old paint. Because that's what we're doing today. We're painting. Oh, we've got some letters. We've got Swaft. Draft. D-R-A-F-T. Let's try draft. I'm just speeding through this. A-L-T. Nope. Actually, could it be? Champ. Exalt? It could be exalt. I like exalt. That's a fun word. Okay. Heast. Meast. Beast. How about beast? B-E-A-S-T. I think that works. We're not overlapping any letters. Yeah, let's go with beast. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Heast? Is that a word? No. East. Zeast. Teast. Ceast. East. Meast is probably east. Meast is my new favorite made-up word. Hilt. Healt. Let's try yeast. Okay, I got it just out of curiosity. Is meast a word? No, meast isn't a word. What about heast? Heast is a word? Oh gosh, what if it's not east? If it's not heast, if it's not, sorry, it's not, I cannot believe heast was a word. I just had to try it. Now we're down to the last guess. Oh no, what if I fail? Is there any other thing it could be? What about geest? Queast. It's gotta be east. Oh god, thank good. I'm so glad it's actually, I'm so glad it was this. I just felt stupid. I didn't actually think that was gonna be a word. Heath over meast is a crime against humanity. No, I tried meast. Meast wasn't a word. I tried meast. Well, Owl, I'm pretty sure I could have gotten it in 5 if I didn't put in heast. I don't know what the heck a heast is. Now I've got to look it up. Okay, let's Google heast. Heast. What does that mean? Heast definition. Heast is an obsolete word from Hest, which means a command or order. Is it though? That's... Heast obsolete form of Hest. Okay, well apparently Heast is a word. Now you know. You've learned something. I've learned something. You can say Heast. I don't even know how you use the word Hest. Alright, don't forget to hydrate. What were we talking about before, though? Oh, yeah, we were talking about streaming. Yeah, and I do think streaming to 0 people is tough. It's probably one of the hardest things to get better at. And it's also hard to stay on topic. When I started streaming, I kind of came up with a half-baked, like, concept of, like, how I think streaming is. And I actually like it, and I still, to this day, kind of think it's a good way to think about streaming. But I always felt like you needed one of like there's like four big categories of things. I don't even know if I can remember this. But I sort of grouped streaming into like you have the people who are like experts at what they do, right? The pro gamers, the the you know the super science people who explain topics, or the whatever, right? Just people who know a lot about a given topic. Then you have the educators, right? You have the people who their channel is sort of like, if you're playing League of Legends, for example, maybe you're really good at it, but maybe you're just really good at explaining concepts, right? And so people come to you to learn. And so sometimes there's some overlap there of like, you know, you're a pro who's good at explaining, right? That's going to be a thing. But you can also, but then there's also like entertainment value, right? Just pure comedy. You're fun to be around, exciting streamer, right? Interesting topics, people tune in for that. And like the more of these you have, the better, right? And then you have, I don't know what the fourth one is. I had four when I originally came up with this idea of like these, there's four things, and you want the more you can be in each of them, the better, right? If you can be, anyway, that was my idea of streaming. And I'm like, I want to, the better I get at art, the better, the more likely people will do watch me. But also, maybe I want to entertain, and maybe it's more community. Oh, and I think community, right? You having a sense of community, like people come to you and like, they find their place, or like you participate and you engage. Obviously there's more to it, but those were the things that kind of were on my radar. And I'm like, the more I can do of those, the better. And so there was always sort of these goals from the outset of like, I can always focus on being more entertaining. I can always focus on being more engaging. I can always focus on getting better at art. And I may not be able to do that on stream because that may not be entertaining, but I can do it off stream and then have something to bring to stream. And so, yeah, that was kind of how I thought about streaming. And I still like it. I still think about that occasionally of like, I don't just want to turn on a mic and just paint in silence, right? Especially if you're just, maybe if you're like super pro, you can get away with that, right? There are people in like, again, at the time I played League of Legends, so that was my comparison. But like, there were even the pros who turn on their webcam and streamed weren't always good streamers. And they typically got some viewers because they were literally the best in the world at what they did. But like, for all the rest of us, you got to bring something to the table, right? And it sucks, but like, you can always bring community, you can always bring entertainment, you can bring something, right? Positive attitude, like, making people feel better, giving them a place to be, that kind of thing. I think is, to me, that seemed like a good spot to start, right? And just thinking about like, what are you offering? Which is why it always, whenever I see people sort of just like the turn on your webcam kind of streamers, like, oh, I'm just going to turn on and work for an hour. Like, would you show up to that stream and watch? Like, maybe, but also, I wouldn't. And then if you're wondering why you're not growing, it's like, I don't know what you've. Maybe I think there's also a little bit of like the just be yourself thing that people sort of talk about in streaming, and I don't like that. I mean, I do think you should be yourself, but more importantly, I think you should not do things that you don't like. So stick to things that you actually do like, but try to learn, try to grow, try to be, use it as a learning opportunity. And anyway, I'm rambling about a topic people probably don't care about, but that's kind of how I view streaming, and I don't know. I think it served me okay-ish. It gives me ideas and goals to work towards if I ever get stuck. Kind of like with art, right? You sort of have these ideas of these fundamentals, and if you ever get stuck, you can kind of, go back through the list and be like, oh, maybe I haven't worked on my perspective lately. Let's take a look at that and figure out if that's on point. Or, I don't really have much composition or good composition or good story, or what is the story, and does the color palette mesh, does that work with the story, and does the composition work with the story, and like maybe there's some things to work on. And so it kind of gives you like a mini checklist of like, oh, here's some things. Anyway, you are a cozy lo-fi music streamer. Nice. Do you mean like you listen to cozy lo-fi music on stream, or you made cozy lo-fi music? Also, somebody said earlier when they were doing streaming, they did like VTube streaming stuff. I actually think making streaming stuff on stream and like building up your stream, but allowing other people to like put input in, like, oh, what if you made some cat emotes, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna make a cat emote, and over time you kind of have this like, community input project where you make it a space for everyone. But you do that on stream. I always appreciate streamers who do that. Skittle keeps saying he isn't a cat, and it confuses me more. Oh, Skittle is a cat. I paint. You paint, chat with lo-fi as background music? Gotcha. Yeah, I think that can be good. I feel like those kinds of streams... And this is where I'm gonna be... This is maybe a hot take. For me, so much of that comes down to the way the person talks. Even just their voice. Like, if I'm there for cozy vibes, I need it to be something I can have on the background. And if it's not just like... There has to be a good rhythm to how the person talks. There has to be a good... something about it. I feel like cozy vibe streams are so particular to me that there's a few streamers who have good cozy vibes, but even the ones who like, aesthetically and audibly, is that a word? I don't know. Certain streamers have like the cozy vibe, but I don't find myself going back to them because they don't, I don't know, they don't tick all the boxes for me. It's weird. I feel like cozy streaming is hard because that's more of a mood. And like, you could have a cozy educational stream, you could have a cozy entertainment stream, you could have a cozy anything stream. And so cozy feels more like the tone of the stream, right? You could have a story about any topic and also make it cozy. Well, mostly any topic, right? But like, cozy isn't inherently a topic. So I think that's why like I'm calling it mine, but the sort of that idea of like those like 4 camps of like things that's what I'm gonna bring. I never felt like music was the thing for me, because that's more like my personality, right? Like, that's gonna come in no matter what. If you're a cozy and chill person, I think you're gonna radiate coziness in your stream, right? It's kind of like in your art, right? You're gonna paint the things you like, and it's gonna come through. If you like dragons and big epic battles, that's gonna come through. If you want to, just paint characters and design them, and like, whatever you like is gonna come through. That's not really the... I don't know. Does that make sense? That's how I think about it. This room seems like it's owned by the evil version of the last one. A little bit. This is the last one. Yeah, maybe. Well, hopefully we'll switch that up. I don't want it to look like an evil place. Looks very misty? Misty. Messy? Does it look messy? Misty. I don't know what that word means, but I don't like it. I can't tell if my voice fits the cozy vibe, but I don't really like my own voice. Maybe I should ask friend. Yeah. See, this is where I think the be yourself thing is good advice, where like, I actually think focusing on if you're cozy or not is less of a good metric and more of like what makes something cozy. And if you can pinpoint it, then you have actionable things to work on, right? Like you can't just change your voice, for example. Who cares if your voice is cozy, right? What about the topics you talk about? Are those cozy? Do they make people uncomfortable? How about the way you read people's names? Are you calling people out in chat? Or if someone is listening and just chilling in their bed and, staring up at the ceiling, can they follow what you're saying? Right? So, like, those kinds of things to me are more important than, like, your voice. I don't care if my voice is weird and nasally and I don't like it. Some people say that they do like it. I think it's obnoxious. You were always yourself? Yeah, but you can always I guess what I'm saying is, but you can still lean into the things that, like, there are certain things that you can't change and certain things you can't change, right? Your voice isn't one, but how you speak is one, right? If you think you're a cozy person, you can work to become more cozy by understanding what that actually means, right? I think it's just like in art. I think it's really, really easy. And again, I'm not like the perfect example of a good streamer. I am not, right? I have lots of skill issues and lots of things that I probably am not working on that I should be. But just like in art, I think it's really easy to accidentally fall into this, like, well, this is just my style, right? This is just the way I am. Yeah, but like you can improve it, right? You can always improve. Now, you aren't going to change the tone of you're not going to change your voice, but you can work on the qualities that make something cozy. Or like you can always work on being more entertaining, or you can work on staying on topic, or you can work on shifting topics more, or whatever it is. I don't know. I just feel like it's very similar to art. There's a lot of overlap. I just want to make the word meest a thing. Oh, I see. What about, like, what does meest mean then? So maybe you have like the most, the least, and the meest. Maybe the meest is like another word for average. The very absolute, it's like the median. I feel like meest is a better word than median. The most, the least, and the meest. The median. The most middle. The most not. It's the meest I can do. Yeah, it's the absolute exact medium. Like, I don't know, it feels very average, doesn't it? Sorry, it's the least I can do. Yeah. I think we've discovered a new word. Yine to say yes and no at the same time. Oh, I didn't know that. There's you can say yine to mean yes and no at the same time. That's funny. Ya and nine. Yine. I like it. I approve. Heck yeah, I'll be using that more often. No one's gonna know what you mean, but maybe that's okay. Yeah, there's some urns. Ernie stuff. Okay. Yeah, so these are some papers, some rolled up maybe. Some rolled up papers. What else? Uh, Maybe there's something hanging over the edge here. How did a roll of paper just appear out of nowhere like that? What do you mean? Well, there's already a piece of paper. I had already made a piece of paper, and then I just made a roll. It's a cylinder. What do you mean? And then I added a little bit of a shadow to make the light. Cylinders are quite basic, right? I mean, again, I'm not trying to underplay it, but like, yeah. And it was there before, right? It looked so effortless. I mean, I mean, it in some ways it was, right? But yeah, you just draw the thing, you make the shape, and then you add the line. And like you could add another layer too, maybe, if you wanted to make it even more. Anyway, I don't want to go backwards, but yeah. You could add like another layer here too. I don't know. It's I don't want to make it say it's easy, but when it comes to some of the shapes, there is a point where certain shapes do become quite easy. Wizardry. And like here's another piece of paper I'm trying to make, but like for me it's the values that are tough right now. So here's a piece of paper in light, but also is this going to be in light? I don't know. So it's hard to like know how bright to make this. And so, but and now I'm thinking in perspective because this has to hang down. But I don't know if that's going to be a good paper shape. Something so cool about adding a second or third value and then it just kind of exists. Yeah, it's yeah, it is cool. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that I think also, why is this what's happening? My mouse stopped. Okay, this doesn't feel like it's a square piece of paper. I mean, it kind of does. Maybe a little bit. If I go like that, it's going to look like a cloth, though, to have these tension points. I don't know. That might work. Maybe a little bit of an occluded area down here. There could also be something sitting on it. I was following along when you painted the cylinder, but then you added the second color and it made it appear out of nowhere. Oh, you mean like the brighter color? Yeah, so that was me trying to think like if it's gonna be a white paper, I need this to be a little bit brighter. So I just pumped up the value a bit, and still I don't think it's quite right. Right? I think this could actually probably be much brighter. And then this could even be, if it's in like, if it's in light, it could probably be even brighter still. Although I am a little bit hesitant to go too bright on the paper because it is in the foreground, and that's that's tricky business, right? When you're getting too bright in the foreground like that, especially when you have like a dark shape in the contrasting. But I think if I eventually add enough other contrasts back here of like brighter objects, I think we can get away with a brighter paper here. And then maybe this paper is like a bend here. And I'm trying to stay in perspective, right? So this is a curved table. I don't know if it quite looks right. Maybe some little cubby holes down here where these are underneath. I also think having this line here could be really important for the curved effect. it's like trying to really get these little bits down here where the bottom meets the that line. I think that's going to be really important to make this shape feel right. And then, of course, there's still perspective, right? Going horizontal. Can even add in little horizontal shapes if I need. Bringing in some things over here. Also, this is green. There can be some green illuminating this table over here, where it's like shiny. Or maybe not even illuminating, but just reflecting. I'm not actually sure if this is quite right up here. We might even be able to go a little bit more curved, like that. I don't know. I do know that we can put some negative space, not negative space, some underneath edge here. So now I'm thinking about, like, you know, drawing a shape in perspective. So for example, if we have the top of a box, right? We have a box going like this. This underside of the box, or if this box is not a box and it's actually a shelf, right? We should see the underside of the cabinet. So these undersides, I want to give a little bit of additional plane to, or the underside of the shelf, just to be a little bit darker, so that, because, like, for example, if we have the top of the book here, there should be some version of like a, I mean, again, it's not going to be that dark, but especially on like this space of the book, or like under here, there should be some dark spots. So I think I can go quite dark and probably. Oh, this one's not chunky enough. So, like, yeah, maybe I can go in here just to add a little bit of darkness. I'm gonna do that on a new layer. Bits of where the gaps are in the book, or like above the book, maybe. Just a little bit up here and here. Some of these are probably looking empty when they shouldn't be. You think adding everyone clapped is too sassy for academic paper? I don't know. Depends on the context. Probably. I think it would be funny. I don't know. I I feel like academic papers are weird, right? Because there's sort of like a strange cultural thing where, like, they need to be devoid of all humor, but like not really, because occasionally they are in academic papers. But like, so it's just this weird balancing act. I don't know. I am not. I've never. Luckily, I haven't had to write a lot of academic papers. Um, a lot of, especially in you know what I studied, because it was landscape architecture. There was a lot of projects, and the write ups weren't like, we didn't. I don't know. It was mostly project based. It wasn't like, you know, research and writing papers. Luckily, that was not the bulk of it. I had a few classes where I had to write, you know, quite a bit of papers, but not a lot, you know, not a lot of sciencey stuff where there's like write-ups and things like that. So I was kind of fortunate. Ted Grant says, I've been thinking and trying to dial down what exactly I have problems with, and it's fizzled down to how do I add things on top of things, or make things either bulging or carved out. I could see that. I think some. I talked about this a little bit. I haven't done it in this painting, and actually, I will now that you mention it. But one of those things. Let's close that. Um, I mentioned this earlier, I think before you got here, but yeah, this is something that is I actually find it fun, but it's like if you're painting books, right? If you've ever seen a beginner, and I always just say a beginner, but it's really anyone, right? Paint a stack of books. A lot of times, right, we know that a stack of books doesn't look like this, right? This is not how a stack of books looks, right? It's not bad, but like we know that books have different heights, right? So you can vary the height. Maybe this one's a little short, but you can also vary how long they are. So maybe we change the silhouette and we go like that. This one's a little shorter, right? Maybe the top is a little caved in. Okay, great. And maybe this one, maybe it comes in like this. Okay, but what about like rotation, right? You can also have books that are at an angle to the other books, right? And so suddenly you have, well, what about the books that look like, you know, again, if you have one book like this, what about the book that's on their side that goes like this? Right now we're in a different perspective, right? But then it's not just rotating, right? So let's see if I can do this properly. Probably not in this way. Maybe I should start on the bottom. Um, so here's a book. Maybe we can see the top of it. Whatever, something like that. But like also, oops, this is a very poorly drawn one. But anyway, I'm drawing this extremely poorly in perspective. But then you also have books like pushed in. So some of the books are going to be pushed inward, and some are going to be pulled outward. So you're going to have some books that are, overlapping in this way, where you see, it's going to be like this, and it's like falling off the edge, and you're going to have this big shadowy overhang. But then you're going to have books teetering on the other edge, right? And so, like, by the time you're done, you have books pushed and pulled and shifted sideways and that way, and some are taller, some are shorter, some are thinner, some are, some of them are taller and pushed, and like maybe you have some leaning, and you know, pretty soon you're playing with every dimension, right? And obviously this is, let's try to just, so now we need to play with the silhouettes, because every time you push or shove a book inward, that silhouette changes, right? Then you have different shapes, and again, this is just a very loose sketch of this, but like you can start to see that like there's a lot of, this is a complicated scene, right? It becomes almost like painting a finger or hand, right? You have all these different moving parts, and each of them are at a slightly different angle to the other ones, which means they all have their own perspective. And like it's, especially once you start doing things like adding shadows and light, and now you get like, these big shadow overhangs, and like drawing a pile of books is not an easy feat. It can be quite complicated, but it also makes it way more interesting than your standard square pillar, right? And I think this is the kind of thing that I think every scene should have to some degree, right? Things, and actually I mentioned this in this painting. If I were to do this over again, well, I already moved my painting to crop it, right? I already moved it over here a little bit. But having that variety, like this chair, for example, what if I had a chair here and here and here? So, offset. Instead of a perfect line like I do now, this feels very boring. That's not interesting. I should have, something like this and something like that, right? Get rid of that one in the middle. Clump these together a little bit more, right? There's definitely a way to go about this that makes this more interesting than what I have. Because real life isn't, you don't have these perfect, nobody stacks books perfectly, right? Things are weird and crooked. Even if you're very meticulous, you're still going to have things that are bumped and rotated, Anyway, so to me, this is like, I actually think this would be a really good practice for someone. Probably do it better than I just did it. This is not a good, it's not a good example. But this would be, I think, good practice for someone to sort of start thinking about all the dimensions in which you can make objects pushed and pulled. Because that applies, right? That applies a lot of times. It's not just to books, but also like putting objects on a shelf or putting two tables in a room. Maybe one is taller and one's overlapped, or one's taller and the other's turned, right? Or skewed, rotated. Um, or like maybe you have a table, but the tablecloth is shifted a little bit, right? And so the pattern doesn't quite line up with the table itself, right? That kind of thing just adds, to me, it just adds an extra level of sort of interest and believability. It also makes it way harder to draw because now you're like, well, you're morphing shapes and yeah, it's like this kind of thing, right? You're having a shape hang over, so it's not just, oh, I want to hang something over, let's make it square, right? No, things don't just hang over perfect. They hang over at right, at weird angles, right? And they get skewed and like, maybe you have a couple layers of papers on top of each other that are overlapping. So maybe you have another one here, but this one's at a yet another angle, and maybe this corner is going underneath that other piece. So you have a paper on a paper, and there's just a tiny little shadow here, little shadow here. But the shadow isn't going to be a perfect line because this paper might have a little wrinkle in it. And so you get these little, like, this line is going to have some thickness, right? And so that kind of thing starts to get that to me is where interest comes in. It's like, oh, look at these the little almost like character, right? This is adding character to a scene, not a character, but character as in like just in general terms. Or what if some of these things are different colors? Or also, what is this shape? I don't even know. John the Fine Painter, how's it going? Thank you for the hydrate command. I'm almost out of tea. It's almost over. You wonder if you got character in your barn from last night? Probably. I think just any little imperfections, just little like bits of weathered wood, or it doesn't have to be old, right? Old characters aren't the only type of character, right? You can have new things, or you can have, just little tiny imperfections. And this is, not to sound like I'm trying to speak in metaphors and stuff, but like this is so true of just people in general. Like it's the little things about them that are different, it's I mean, again, I'm not claiming like, oh, your imperfections are amazing or anything, but like the little things that you notice about people, the crook in their nose, or their when they smile there's a dimple on one side but not the other, like, again, it's not one thing, but it's sort of as a whole, it becomes unique to them, right? It's sort of their way of doing things. Maybe it's the way they talk, and they sound like they talk with sort of half their face or something, but then they also have the offset dimple, and it's like, oh, it kind of makes sense. Like they have this lean to them or something. Like there's little, I don't even want to call them imperfections, but it's the nuance of not everything is identical, right? Um, Not everyone's fingers are exactly as long, right? There's variance there, right? Or if you had a barn and you had a bunch of wood planks, not every wood plank is going to be cut perfectly even. Not everyone is going to have the wood grain match up, right? There's gonna be little weathering things and chips and flakes, and like every single board is gonna be a little different, right? There's no copy pasting going on. The window sizes, well, they're probably hopefully the same, but like there's gonna be little things, right? Sort of like with this, right? Like with this, there's gonna be little overhangs. There's gonna be different, maybe these books all together, as they get piled up, they start to have this a bit of a gesture to them. So, you could have had, not only is this book pile individually, each book is different, but maybe as a whole it starts to have a little bit of a tilt to it, right? Again, it can't be like crazy, but it could be, but maybe over time you start to get a sense that like this has a bit of a gesture and it's leaning a little bit. That could be much more interesting than just a perfectly stiff pile of books. And yeah, I think it's much harder to apply because suddenly you're working on every axis, right? The overall shape is interesting and nuanced. Each individual part is interesting and nuanced, but it's also similar enough that it feels like one unit, right? That way, if you want, you could start blending things together and it would still work. And so it's a super balancing, it's a tricky balancing act. I don't know. I'm definitely not great at it. I try to, always trying to get better, I suppose. With sketching, I understand somewhat okay using lines since you can see through. It's not as challenging to show the different planes, which one bulges out, which one's firm, but blobs. Well, again, blobs are the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just a kind of shorthand, right? With sketching, if I want this object, if this is in the light, I'm just making an object that looks like this. It's the same, right? If I want to make a book that's sitting here, I'm painting it in perspective. I'm still drawing it. I'm literally drawing I'm not literally drawing the lines, but I am. And then I say, okay, well, this one's in light. What about the side plane needs to be a little bit less light? And maybe there's a shadow under here. And this is actually just going to cast a shadow on the rest of the thing, right? It's the same thing. It's saying, oh, there's a shadow here. It's coming from that corner. It's casting that shadow on the rest of the books. So I can just add a shadow here. And then up here, maybe there's some light. And same thing, right? Same thing down here. Maybe there'd be some light here on these planes. And so, obviously I'm just painting in white right now. But, like, it's the same concept, right? You're just figuring out which planes are in light, which planes aren't in light. Right? And if there were books here, it's the same concept. Except instead of the lines, instead of drawing these edges, I'm drawing these planes, right? So each of these planes are at a different angle. Sometimes these planes are going to have little corners like this, and I notice that because when I draw them, that's how the overlapping would be. So what can I do when I'm drawing these lines? Some of my lines can have shapes in them, like that, right? It's not perfect. Some can have shapes that go the other way. And right, I'm basically still drawing this, right? I know that when I do draw these shapes, if I wanted, you can start to add little shadows here based on different, overhangs and different things in the book. Maybe this side is darker. Again, now I'm getting a little bit into not good lighting, but it's the same thing, right? When you're painting shapes like this, there's still an underlying perspective, whether or not you're painting the lines themselves. But like, if you can't do it, I mean, I hate that the expression is just a matter of like practice. But if you do draw enough, and then you also try to shade things enough, you will start to learn that, like, oh, look at this shape here, this silhouette, this in green, right? Look at that shape. That is one big shape. And you start to make observations that, like, what if I were to just merge them all together, literally making it one shape? Some of these shapes are going to go in and out, and suddenly I'm playing with just a shape here. What if I wanted this shape to go in? Well, I can do that too. And so now I can focus on just making this shape interesting. Maybe this shape is a little more narrow up here. Oh, well, that's going to reflect how thick the book is, so I'm going to need to make this shape a little more narrow. Now that book is thinner, which means this has to come in, and this book got fatter as a result. Okay, great. Let's make this a fat book, right? And so let's put some text on it to help show the oh, maybe it's rounded. Fat books like to have rounded corners, right? And so, like, this, it's the same. I think Ted, I think you're putting a little bit too much focus on blobby painting when it's the same skill. Like, I think if you can't draw this, I don't think you'll ever be able to paint it in blobs. And I think the blobby painting is just mostly thinking about light. So instead of thinking about the edges of forms, now you're thinking about the planes of forms, right? You're saying, here are the planes in light, here are the planes in shadow, right? So, like, here's a light shape, here's a shadow shape, and then this is going to be the other shape. And, like, I've made a book floating in space. And maybe I want to change that. Maybe the bottom is being lit. I don't really like bottom lighting because it's weird. But, you know, maybe this side has more light. Or maybe there's a shape here. Maybe the book has a, you know, maybe it's not even a book. Maybe it just has, but maybe it has a weird shape to it. And so you start playing with it. That's the same way that you would say, you know, here's a shape, and I'm gonna make this line curve down, right? There's the click. Been thinking of lines. Yeah, you're thinking of you think of the planes instead. But again, you have to painting with a fat brush, it's kind of, again, it's sort of doing double duty, right? There's a top line, there's a bottom line, and there's side planes. I'm kind of making it all in one shape, right? Like, when I make a book leaning, and I make this not trapezoid, but I make this weird triangular shape, right? It's like a diamond, right? If on a 2D plane, right? It's like this shape. This is kind of a diamond shape, right? On its side. It doesn't inherently look like a square. But when I paint that shape, I am thinking about the top plane, this side plane, this bottom plane, and this other side plane, right? I'm thinking about the lines, right? The edges of my brush are those lines. So, for example, if I'm going to paint something, I'm going to paint the same shape, but I'm going to paint it right here, right? So I'm going to paint it in this box. Pay attention to the middle of my canvas, this area. Actually, I'm going to draw an orange circle. This orange circle will not exist when I'm done. I'm going to draw the box around it, okay? So when I draw the box, I'm not worrying about what's down here. I'm only worrying about the top edge, and then the side edge. This part in the middle doesn't matter, right? I'm worrying about the top edge, then the side edge, then the bottom edge, and then the left edge. Right? I just drew 4 lines. I just happened to color them in while I was doing it, right? I'm just skipping a step. It's the exact, I'm still thinking in terms of edges and lines, and I'm coloring things in, and I understand that this is the top plane, and, you know, maybe I could kill another bird with the same stone. That's a weird saying. By also adding in, like, the depth here, and like, okay, well, now there's this plane too, to give it some 3D, but, like, it's the same. So it's a combination of thinking about the edges, the silhouettes, right? Like, when I'm doing these book things, and I'm like, oh, well, I've added a book, you know, here. I need to make sure that it's reflected in the silhouette, right? If I want to make this book stick out more, right, like that, I can extend this top edge here, but I also need to extend this edge, which also means I need to extend the silhouette. So here's this under edge is darker. So I have to extend the silhouette. Oh, this corner, if I were to draw this, right, it would be this shape. So I've got to, like, cut that off and make sure this edge is also in perspective. And so there's sort of a... How would you draw something on top of that and carve it from the same form? Like up here? Again, basically by think, just like as if I were drawing it, right? So here's another book. I'm drawing a line. Maybe this line, again, we can see the underside of it. I know in perspective that there's an underside. So maybe I just draw another book up here. Is that what you're saying? I'm not real. I mean, I'm drawing it. I mean, you can think. Sometimes I think of it as carving. Sometimes I don't. Right? So like maybe something like that. Whoops. And then this edge can come up or whatever. Maybe there's a shadow. I don't know what's going on up here. Let's get rid of that one though, because that one's not making any sense. And then under here we need some lines to show the form. And so I need to add literal, in this case, literally lines, right, to show the form. There's a connection issue here that I don't think is clear, right? So I could add a little bit of a line in some way with that. And so I'm just carving out the shapes to make sure that they communicate the things, right? This shape maybe is too bright, so I'm going to knock back a little bit because I still want it to read as a 3D form. And so there's another thing on top. Or if I have something on top that isn't a book, it's just some random, I don't know, an urn. Same thing, right? It's just a shape. It has overlap. I know that it has overlap because if I were to draw it in perspective, right? I know that we couldn't see the base of it. It'd be under here. And so it's the same thing as if I was just drawing it with lines. Right? It's going to have contours around it because we're looking up at it. So there's that. We're going to shade it just like we would if we were, well, I don't know what's happening with the lighting in this image. But there we go. Like, there's our lit object or whatever on top. Like, it's the same concept, right? Like, it's sometimes you would carve... I don't know. I mean, you could, like, this is why I think this is not a good way to start painting, because I'm juggling. Sometimes I flip-flop, right? If I have 3 balls in the air and each ball is like a different thing, right? Some of them is line, some of them is form, some of them is contour, right? Or something, or I don't know. One of them is values, line, whatever. Every time I'm only touching one of the balls at a time when I'm juggling. And so I'm constantly shifting focus momentarily. And so it's not like, just do this, just think about form, just think about the planes. No, sometimes you think more about the edges. Sometimes you think about the overall volume. Sometimes I'm thinking in graphical 2D silhouette. Sometimes I'm thinking about, you know, like more fundamental, like perspective stuff, where it's like, okay, these lines, you know, if I'm looking up at an object, these lines need to vanish somewhere over there. But like they all need to land on our eye line that's about here. And so like it is a juggling act, and it's not easy. Which is why I think it makes sense to start more simple and just go through the motions of like doing your line drawing, then adding value and adding, you know, saying if these edges are in black and white, and then you start learning some shorthand. You start saying, okay, well, I can start combining stuff, right? If I know that if I have 2 objects with the same light source, their shadow side is going to kind of merge together maybe. And so now you can start blocking out a big shape for a stack of books because you know that this... Here, let's do it right now. Where do I want a stack of books? Maybe a small stack up here. So if I'm going to do a stack of books up here, I know in perspective that it's going to have this perspective, right? If they were flush with the shape. I know that the shadow side, which is going to be on this side, is going to be one big shape. But I also know there's going to be interesting silhouettes, right? Some of the books will go in, some of the books will come out. And so I could start designing that maybe even before. But then I have to shift to, okay, well I want to see some of the books, so maybe some of these will go that way. So now I'm using a lighter color. Now I'm thinking more about lines. And again, it's... And so maybe we get some more shapes and more books, and you just make a little pile. I don't know if this is actually what I want to do in this one. But like, again, it starts out kind of as a blob, and then sometimes I come back in with lines to fix things and redraw them. Maybe it would have been easier if I would have just started with the lines from the start. I want at least one of these to overlap the edge of the thingy here. Right? Because that's going to make it look like it's, you know, overhanging, and I think that looks nice. Right, so okay, so there's a stack of books. Again, is it perfect? No. Nope, I still got some perspective issues, right? This should probably come down. Some of these lines, again, now I'm thinking more about edges. Maybe they go like that. And then I might switch my focus again to say, okay, well, what about, you know, this almost looks like a graduation cap, or maybe these are too big, and I need to redraw them entirely. But yeah, it's kind of a... Yeah, it's just a juggling act, right? It's, I don't think and I can't just make them, oops. I can't just make them, what just happened there? I can't just make them smaller because the perspective will shift. But if you do it early on, you can probably get away with it. Anyway, I don't want that there. I don't know. Yeah, it's not easy, and I don't really recommend starting that way. But I do think it really is the same skills, and mostly I'm thinking about the same stuff, just slightly different orders. But yeah, and again, I think with a juggling analogy, and I hate saying this, but so much of it is you just, when you paint, you have to think about the things, and you have to just practice doing what you're, you know, yeah, you basically just practice combining them. So you know all the concepts, and now it's just a matter of trying it and failing and trying again, and eventually you can start juggling a little better. And you're like, oh, I can kind of do two things at once. I will say, I feel like I'm not making good progress on this image. It's going a little slow. The skipping a few steps was also a clip. Thanks again. Yeah, I mean, again, when I say skipping steps, I just mean I'm combining them, right? I'm combining multiple things at once. Like, instead of drawing out all the lines, I'm drawing the lines and I'm drawing a big bulky shape, but my brain is focused on the edge, right? Where that line is of perspective, right? So if I'm drawing the book, my brain, you know, if I'm drawing this top edge right here, so I'm going to draw something in 3-point perspective, or kind of 3-point perspective, looking up at it. If I'm drawing that edge, it doesn't matter how fat the brush is, right? It doesn't matter if my brush is this fat or not, right? It could be like that. My brain is focused here. It's true that there is a whole lot of stuff that just happened in here, but that might have to be changed later. I might have to come back in and carve it out, right? I might have to change things. That's fine, right? I could also use a thin brush. It's the same thing, because this hasn't been worked on yet. Whether or not I'm you know, blocking in values. Sometimes you start with a shape like this, or like value, and then you draw it like this, and you'll come back and erase this edge, right? That's the opposite. I still am, this is still here in value. Like, if I haven't worked on this part yet, I don't care what's here. It could just be scribbles, right? So I could be painting with a fat brush, sometimes I'll paint, again, along the edge here, right? Or maybe I take a big brush and go like this. Either way, this edge is happening, and that's the focus, right? When I'm drawing something like that. It's that. And then I'm like, okay, well now I want to focus on this edge. Okay, well, I can do that by painting this one, right? I could do it by adding value here. I could do it by drawing lines and filling it in, right? Again, it's all the same thing. It's just the tool is slightly different. You know, one's a fat brush, or if I had a different shaped brush. Let's say I had this brush. Nope, not that brush. There's a brush I'm looking for. This one, right? This brush is a little different because this one, if I make a shape like this, notice how this edge is naturally at a weird angle. Well, so now if I'm trying to draw this edge, I'm still focused on this edge, but I might have to do a little bit of cleanup here, right? So now I'm doing a few, you know, now it's like, well, how are you just carving it? Well, by thinking about what the edge needs to look like, right? So this edge needs, so for example, if I try to do the same thing again, right? And I try to just in one fell swoop, notice how this is very rounded? That's just because the brush is making it rounded. Well, then I need to come in here and carve it out, right? So it's right, it's sort of, it almost doesn't matter what I'm doing because the brain is, you know, and then, oh, this edge needs to be up and down. Well, this brush works great for those parts, right? And then it's going like that. And then I'm going to just outline them just so you can see what I've done. And like, here's that box, right? And then there's going to be something down here. Right? These are in perspective. So like that's, yeah, even if the brush shape changes, the focus is on the edges. And the form, right? Overall form, overall perspective. Sometimes there's a contour to it, right? Like if I'm going to draw like a bookshelf or something and I'm drawing horizontal lines, I need to make sure that these are in perspective. So if this is 3-point perspective and these lines are angled inward, right? These will all be angled inward as well. Or whatever, you know, like I'm going to try and match the perspective, right? So I'm matching the contours or whatever, which might happen in the brushstroke, it might not, with just 2 planes without third bottom one. How would you make that look like it was facing the other way? What do you mean? Like what do you mean facing the other way? Like in perspective? Like, what do you mean? Like rotated or looking downward at it? Like this? You mean like that? Or do you mean like rotating the cube? This is just perspective. This is like rotating cubes. So you mean like something like this? Like that? Is that what you mean? That's just it's just a cube. It's just I've rotated it. That question is, well, I mean, I'm adding the bottom plane to help visualize it for myself too, right? I'm not like, I'm thinking of these as cubes, and the way I draw a cube is typically you get that bottom plane, right? Or the top plane, right? If you're drawing in perspective and you have a, you know, this is like this is the way that most people learn to draw cubes, right? Is you establish your vanishing point, you pick your, you know, and then you start making your lines converge. This is your top plane or it's your bottom plane, right? In this case, it's your top plane. So or if you're drawing it up here, I almost always start with the top plane, right? Top plane is, or bottom plane is how that's just like, I haven't gotten to the point where I'm just skipping that step altogether or like merging it. That step is pretty baked in because that's just the way that you learn to typically to draw things in perspective. So even though I might start with these edges, I almost will never draw it without eventually adding that bottom plane, right? I will add these bottom planes. Convex. Oh, you mean so I typically focus on the top corner. So like if I'm drawing an object below me, I focus on the front corner because that's just easier for me. So this is a lot of from like environment. So if I'm drawing an environment and I want to draw like a, also hi Casey, looks like the Dread Talks are going full swing. They are. So if I'm drawing a, here, let's switch brushes because this brush is weirding me out. Wait, where's my brush? Here it is. So if I'm drawing an environment, and here's my midground, foreground, whatever. Here's some layers. If I'm drawing like let's say my eye line is down here, right? And so maybe I have some hills or something back here. Hills, let's go like this, whatever. And my eye line is going to be down here, so let's just add some, I'm just going to add some shapes in here to establish an eye line. Ignore this for a moment. There we go. If I'm going to draw something up here, like a tower, what I'm focused on typically is this top point, right? So I'm going to like carve it out like this, because that's how... That's just like how I would, because you oftentimes can't, for an environments anyway, you oftentimes can't see that bottom line. So like if this tower extended all the way down, you would see the ground plane, right? You could see this line, but you can't always see that, right? So typically when I'm drawing things above me, I'm focused on that top point. If I'm drawing things below me, I'm focused on that point nearest to me, which is this point right here. Right? This one. So if something's on the ground... Again, it's not always. Sometimes you do have to focus on this back point. But if I'm trying to draw something looking downward, because it's, again, below the horizon line, I typically focus on that front point. Same up here, right? The front point. Because it makes those nice hard edges. I think you don't have to do it that way. I think this is more of a byproduct of how I've learned to draw things. So yeah, or if you're drawing a cylinder that's above you, right? There's this front edge or the top edge, one of the two. But either way, it's the front edge that I'm more worried about. If I'm drawing a cylinder below me, right? Like this, where I see the top of it, I'm kind of focused on this edge. This sort of front edge. It's the one. This is just the one that I'm thinking of. I don't know if there's a right way or wrong way. I suspect everyone would think of this differently when you draw your shapes. But generally, that's the thing. Because in both cases, right, if I just draw an ellipse here, these could look the same. Right? So what I try to find is, where is that front edge? So in the one above me, this front edge is on the top, right? And in the one below me, this front edge is on the bottom. Right? Here's the front edge. Here's the front edge. So that's how I think about it. And same for with cubes, right? I'm finding that front edge. So that's how I know to paint it concave or convex. It's all just having painted a lot of things in perspective, you get a sense that, like, if your eyes are here, anything above you will be that way. We're looking at the outer walls, how to make it look concave. Like in like this, like a wall here and another tower here. Same way. We're looking at the outer walls. How do we make it look concave? What I mean, I guess I don't know what you mean. Like, if I mean, then it wouldn't be a tower, right? But you mean like a curved thing? So again, if we wanted, instead of a water tower, let's say we wanted like a wall going. So here's this, right? Here's one wall. If we, well, here, let's fix the values. So this is an object that looks like a cylinder, right? If I wanted to make a shape that was just like a 2D, like a piece of paper that's being bent. I don't know what you mean by concave. Or do you mean the top? If you're talking about, hold on, let's erase this. Let's just go back to basics. Let's go back to lines. If so a cylinder would look like this, right? I'm gonna put the horizon line right there. Or maybe more in the middle, I don't know. If you're talking about like a wall that's curving like this, is that what you're talking about? It's curving like that? Nope, that's a very poorly drawn wall. And then here's the but that's not a tower or a cylinder. That's like an unwrapped cylinder. Yeah, no, you're not making it difficult. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I think they mean the bottom cut cylinder drawing you did, but make it look like it's caving in instead of out. Yeah, so a lot of times you're describing things with the edges, but sometimes it's not enough information. So for example, so I think here, yeah, so here it's a difference of is it curving in or out. And sometimes you also need like the ground plane. So ground planes are super important. There are cases where you can't tell what something is just from looking at it until you see the ground. Right? This happens a lot with like, well, like characters floating or something where you need them to connect with the ground, so you put a shadow. If the shadow's not touching them, you know they're floating. If it is, so like sometimes you just don't know what the shape, or like sometimes you don't even know what the shape of something is. So for example, if I made a shape like this, it's not always clear what it is, but the second I go like this, now you know it's supposed to be round, right? Maybe it was a cylinder, but it had a really funny top. But once I added that ground plane, now you know that it's at least some form of a cylinder. Even if, because there are times where, for example, what if this was a cylinder in 2 dimensions, right? So no contours here. But now it wasn't, the top of it wasn't smooth. What if it was wavy, right? It's not always clear what's happening, right? Like, what if this was a wavy cylinder at the top? Well, sometimes you need an edge to help define it. The thing you just did, I think, is what they're asking, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so like a slightly opened folder. How? So it's gonna be the. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Okay, so let's go back to the. Okay, so if we're looking up at something, you're saying a slightly opened folder. Well, that would just be the other direction, right? Like that. So a lot of it's going to be the ground plane is showing it. But also, so yeah. So if you didn't have the ground plane here, well, let's add some dimensions. This is the worst drawing I've ever done. So yeah, if you didn't have the ground plane here, what it would, if you just covered, I wanted to cover up my screen. I need to do this digitally. Let's add some context because it might be a little confusing. Let's add the eye line. Let's make it a little faded just for some perspective. So if you were to cover up the screen, you would not know if this is just an incomplete square You wouldn't know what this is. This looks like an object that's drawn in poor perspective, right? Like, for all you know, this is bad perspective drawing, where you're looking at the top of an object despite it being above you, right? This looks like an optical... This looks like one of those Escher buildings where, you know, a beginner will put their eye line here, but then they'll draw the top of the object. This is how I drew chimneys when I was a kid, because I didn't realize that once you can't be seeing the top of an object if there's a line here, because this is our eyes. So how can, if you put something at your eye level, how can you see the top of it, right? You can't. You shouldn't be able to see this. So this is wrong. What it should be is like this. Right? Because our eyes are here. So we shouldn't be able to see the top of it. So that's why I always have such a strong focus on this top edge. Because that's the thing that you can just visualize. Like, you could, if you have like a square or something, or a coffee mug or whatever, you know, hold it up. When it's above you, all you can see is that front edge. You can't see anything else, right? That's literally it. So that's why my focus is up there. And same thing, if this is an open folder, and again, sometimes it can still be confusing if you don't draw it well. And so, you know, that's where maybe a little bit of precision comes into play, which apparently I'm not having in any of my drawings right now. Also, things like this edge down here can help make that a little more clear. You know, if you wanted to put text in here, then make the text go along the contour to show that this is, you know, we know that it's open. Right? So there's a thing. You could even do things like, you know, putting additional contours in here to show that the angles show what those are. Not contours, but like little things, right? So that's kind of it. A lot of it's those edges, right? Defining, like, is it poking in or out or whatever. Yeah, it's so again, I don't want to like diminish it, but this is sort of drawing forms in perspective, right? If you like, this is where I think if you're struggling at all with this, do not try to carve them out of shapes, right? Because, I mean, maybe carving them could help you learn how to paint them, but I think you're probably not going to be able to carve out of shapes if you can't wrap your head around the edges. And it takes practice. You'll get there. But I would just spend some time doing what I just did. You know, some of these drawings. Assuming you can draw... You know, I'm kind of assuming you can draw the cube in perspective. Right? I'm kind of assuming you can do that. Learning how to rotate stuff is important too. Again, this is getting into already sort of advanced, a little bit advanced perspective, but like rotating objects is important. Yeah, I don't know if any of that was helpful, but that's what I think about. So yeah, even if I'm blocking in an object, I am typically thinking of those edges. Doing it, yeah, so we did interiors last stream. This is what we did, although it has changed a little bit. And then this is what we're doing today, which honestly, we haven't made a lot of progress. I've been rambling a lot. And also just, you know, noodling around. But it's fun. But yeah, interior day. Hope you're doing well, Siren. Hope everyone's doing well on this Sunday. Also, happy Mother's Day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, I believe. I believe it's Mother's Day for everyone, right? That's how that day works. So you need the bottom planes? I mean, the more information, the better. Yeah, I mean, no, you wouldn't inherently need the bottom planes. You could show side planes, right? If you had something like so I mean, part of it's consistency. Again, if you had a super consistent drawing, and you were to draw something like this, and again, I'm just gonna black out the bottom, right? So let's say there's a wall here or something, right? There's some foreground object, and you see something like this. You don't inherently know if this object is going outward like this, right, towards you, or if it's going away from you like this. Now, if it's going away from you, it's going to appear that we're looking down at it, right? But if you know for sure that we're not, you can kind of assume. But without assuming, you can actually add contours, right? You can add these lines, which hopefully will help your brain a little bit. Or values, right? If there's atmospheric perspective, this might be like there might be some sort of atmosphere back here, or like sometimes there's other. Yeah, sometimes there's values, sometimes there's contours. Sometimes it's like, for example, you might have the width of the thing, right? Things have a width and a depth. So you might have this shape, right? If this was a 2D object and I were to delete these edges here, or purely 2D graphical shape, you may not know what's happening. But the second I add these edges too, right, back here, now you know that there's a little bit of width, and you can start to wrap your head around what's happening. So there's just a lot of ways to convey it, right? Sometimes the width will help. Sometimes these lines can help, especially if you have both width and depth. The ground plane's certainly easy. Like, that's the easiest way, I think, to show where... this is also just putting in an eye line, right? If you were... I'm not a big believer of, like, literally marking the horizon line, because not every painting is going to have that, and I don't know. I don't always do that. But I think if you show the ground plane, you imply the eye line, right? We know where the eye line is in this painting. You can, even if you can't pinpoint it, your brain can kind of understand that we're looking up. I'm going to use a bright red. Your brain knows we're looking up at that book. Your brain knows we're looking down at that book. Your brain can kind of put the eye line in the middle, right? It may not be exact. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here. I don't know. But, like, you don't actually need to draw the line, because the ground plane is doing the heavy lifting, right? It's these lines, and they're all ground planes, right? Every one of these bottom lines of the books is giving you a direction of, like, where they're vanishing. Every line of these books is giving you an idea of where they're vanishing. So it's basically in any object, right? You have length, width, depth, height, right? And you have the back edge, the front edge, right? You have all of them. The more information, the better, right? Yeah, if you cover up 90% of this square, now you don't know if it's a square or a cylinder, right? Because it could be a cylinder from the front view, right? Like, you just don't know. You're missing too much information, right? A cylinder from in profile view looks like a square. So, like, yeah, if you cover up enough of an object, it can get really confusing. And this is part of the, where for me anyway, this is part of where accuracy meets clarity, right? Do I care how accurate it is, or do I want to make sure it's clear? Well, sometimes accuracy is unclear, right? If you have parts of the water tower obstructed and it's a certain type of lighting, you don't know that it's round. So what do? You add something to it to show that it's round, like text, right? And you add extra lighting on shadows to help show that it's round, right? Because if you get just the right lighting in just the right ways, you can start... I mean, there was an image going around a while back about an avocado, and people didn't know if the avocado had a pit in it or not, because they didn't know which half it was, because the light... Here, let me see if I can find it. Avocado pit illusion. Here's an example. Does this avocado have a pit in it? It wasn't totally clear for some people because actually this isn't the full image. Here's the full. Oh, let me click. Does that have a seed in it or not? And this was like a whole thing that people were like, well, because it could be that this is going this way, right? This is the concave. It could also be that there's a pit and it's going this way. This little shadow could be where the dimple was in the pit, or it could literally be the dimple on the outside, right? And so it's like, this is a case where even if this is, regardless of what the actual answer is, it's not totally clear. But adding some lines would make it very clear, right? This would make it clear of what we're looking at, right? But if you went the other way, that's also like that could help also, right? And so, or you could, if you were instead to add a bigger shadow here, right, on the inside, you could probably make it look more like this is going inward, right, or something. This is now, it looks moldy, but you know, and you gave it a clear lighting. Oh, sorry, the light's coming from the wrong direction because the shadow's here. Didn't even see that the first time. You know, so if this was the lighting, right, and there's a shadow here, you might be able to make it look more like it's concave by upping the lighting, upping the shadow, right? Just giving some extra context to what we're looking at, right? Suddenly, now we can make it more clear. This is why accuracy is not the goal, right? Sometimes the lighting and everything is just right to where you really don't know what you're looking at. Anyway. Yeah, the values are the kicker. Yeah, this is why, like, people, when they say find a reference for a face, find one with clear shadows. Because, like, even though you know what it looks like, right, your brain understands faces are circular, you know, they bump out in the front. If you had never seen a face before, and you saw a picture of a face with bad lighting, just like the avocado thing, you might not know if that face curves inward or outward. Now, again, we know what faces look like, so we immediately decipher a face. But bad lighting is not good. Like it really does add some confusion. And so yeah, if you can find a way to clarify that, like, do it. You know, find good lighting, give good shadows. You know, if you were to cast a light on this and you knew the light was coming from this direction and it was casting here, you know, and we knew that this light was passing through here and casting a shadow, that's going to help clarify what's happening in this scene. Because there's only one way we're going to get light from this side casting on here and casting a shadow into this side, right? That's only if this thing is convex or whatever that word is, right? Even if we can't see the shadow on the ground. So yeah, that's my ramble. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate it. Values are the kicker. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, again, it's just one of the ways of describing things, right? Normally, you can put a ground plane. Sometimes you don't have a ground plane, like this, right? I don't have a ground plane down here. You can't see it. I could probably put a ground plane, like back here. In fact, I probably should. Or figure out where I want the ground plane to go. But sometimes you just don't have one, and that's okay. But in here, right now, we have a ground plane to this object, which helps define it, right? So that's why I was saying earlier, this edge right here is actually quite important, in my opinion. It helps show the shape of this thing. Did I just draw this funny, or is this actually going to curve a little bit? And it, you know, it might be super subtle, but maybe there's a little bit of a curve. And you can also show stuff like that, like if you have a bunch of objects sitting on a table like this, right? You can try to make the gesture of these objects all kind of meet the curve. So even though you might have some taller, some shorter, some bigger, some smaller, they can kind of go along the curves that it helps describe the form that they're sitting on. Right? And that's another, again, this is why I refer to painting, at least illustration anyway, as visual communication. You're trying to explain, you're trying to describe what something looks like, or what the story is, or what's happening through little contextual cues. Sometimes information's obstructed. Sometimes it's not clear what's happening. Let's add another little table or something here. Just some, again, this is like a compositional thing. Like, let's put something here. And so I'm adding something there for composition. And again, the ground plane's here, so if we want to know what that is, maybe I can do something to help show it. Maybe it's a table like that. I don't know. That might not look good. Anyway, let's see. This information absolutely invaluable. Thanks. It was not at all meastly. Meastly. I don't think that was the word we used. We used meast. Oh yeah, meastly. Meast. Yeah. No, I'm glad you found it valuable. It's also a lot. There's if you actually want to learn perspective, more in depth, and basically everything I was just talking about. I mean, in some ways I was more talking about like what the information conveys as opposed to how to draw it. What I would do is when you start, draw all of it, and then as you paint and combine it, you can start obstructing things. And so a lot of these things are sort of like, I think the word revelation is a bit much, but they're sort of revelations as you paint, right? So for example, if you're painting a landscape, I'm Dekuro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well today. But yeah, so if you're painting an environment, right, and I like how I make a white square to then make a square. Okay, so if you're painting an environment, sometimes, like, I start by drawing the whole thing, right? So here's my cube that we just drew. But sometimes you'll say, okay, well, I want this cube to be in the distance, right? And I want a mountain in front of it. Sometimes you'll then realize that, like, oh, whoops, it's not clear what's happening anymore. It was clear before I added this mountain, but now it's not so clear, right? Because you just lost information that was useful, right? That the ground plane was useful and now it's not there. And so a lot of it is sort of, you start with the whole thing, and then as you want to, like, change things and add things, you start to make observations of, like, if I cover up the bottom, that's not clear anymore. What if I were to add something like this? Oh, well, that becomes more clear because now I'm adding a top. Now I'm adding an underplane or whatever, right? And so maybe by adding little windows in this house, it's more clear that it's now square, right? And so you start to learn basically what you can and can't do to a shape without ruining it, or with, and so there's a lot of that in art where you just, when in doubt, start with the full thing. Draw the full cube, draw the ground plane, draw the top plane, draw the sides, don't have straight on view and say, you should know this is a 3-dimensional cube. Well, how? You haven't shown me 3 dimensions. You've only shown 1, right? Draw the 3 dimensions, give me the nice lighting, right? Nice solid light on one side, dark on the other, like, do the whole thing, and then you can start dialing it back, right? Then you can say, well, what if the lighting was a little more flat? What if the view was a little more from the front? What if I couldn't see the top? What if there was something obstructing the bottom, right? And eventually you're going to end up with something that's a little hard to tell what you're looking at. But like, you can play around with it and see where it breaks. This is actually the same advice I think Marco Bucci gives with edges. You know, he says paint the cube, start with a cube, you know, something like, I'm gonna, hold on. You know, he'll say, like, start with a cube like this, and then see how messy you can make the edges. You know, can you blur this edge? What if I blur these corners? Does that make it look less cube-like? What if these edges are all soft? Well, now it starts to look like a rounded cube. We don't really want it rounded. So what if I bring back the sharpness in the corner, but then keep these edges round? And like, just how blurry can you get these edges, you know? And like, that's a good exercise because you start to figure out what's important for making a shape look, you know, a certain way. And sometimes you realize that, like, oh, it's the corners. For me, the corners are the big ones, right? If you can see the corner planes where all three planes meet, you can kind of extrapolate from there. So you can make these pretty soft. Maybe you want to, you know, play around with the shapes here and the edges and stuff. And, you know, this one's going to carve in a little bit. You can do some funky stuff. Like, you know, whatever. You can have some fun here by having some blurry edges. But as long as these corners remain, you're pretty good, right? And that's kind of what I'm advocating and doing, which is, you know, start with the full drawing, right? Start with the cube, and then you can start obstructing. You know, what if the bottom's obstructed? What if, you know, again, if you wanted to know how to draw something like this, we'll just draw the, you know, like an open folder. Just start out with drawing the full thing, all the corners, all the edges, right? Draw your eye line, draw your horizon line, add your lighting, right? Do the whole thing. And then you can start, well, what if the lighting's flat? What if the ground plane's obstructed? What if I can't, what if I'm looking head on to it, you know? And so this ends up looking like this. Like, this could be an open folder too. How would you ever know, you know? It's pretty hard to tell because it's in 2-dimension, you know, there's no 3-dimensionality to it. But now if you had just the right amount of lighting, you actually still might be able to tell, right? You'd have to do some work here and figure out how to do it, but like, you could probably make this look 3-dimension just with lighting, right? You'd have to be super subtle about it. Anytime you remove one of the things, so the things being perspective or values or contours, right? Contours being like the texture on top of it that maybe help define the form additionally. Anytime you remove one, the others have to do more heavy lifting, which means they have to be even more precise, right? This is why, like, you know, if you want to paint just a basic environment, it's really easy. Like, anyone can do it. All you need to do is put some hills in your scene, or sorry, you put some hills in your scene of different values that get lighter and lighter as you go further back, and they get smaller and smaller. And then you have a landscape, right? Like, here's a landscape. Maybe there's some small trees back here, some bigger trees in the foreground, and the biggest trees up here. Like, that's a landscape. That's pretty simple. But what happens when you don't have hills, you don't have atmospheric perspective, and you don't have any objects in your scene? So, in other words, how do you paint a flat, textureless concrete field without atmosphere? Suddenly, it's like the it's like when you open up a brand new like 3D program or something, and it's like, here's your plane. Well, that doesn't look like a flat field of concrete, but maybe you want to add just super subtle values, right? I know I said no atmosphere, but what if we fudge that and do just a tiny bit? what if we have a tiny bit of texture? You know, again, there's no foreground mid. You know, if I were allowed to just add a character here and here and here, well, that now looks like a field, right? This is a flat field. But if you weren't allowed characters or any overlap, it's really hard, right? The subtle texture does all the heavy lifting. The subtle values. Maybe there's a crack in here that does all the heavy lifting of like showing perspective, you know? Or like if you were to put a river, right? And like that river would do all of the lifting for the perspective because it's the only thing that's showing perspective, right? And so you better get this perspective right. But if you're allowed to use overlapping shapes, you know, scale, well, now you can do lots of things to show distance and depth, right? You don't have to rely on one thing. You have all the tools. So I say always start with all the tools. Start with the overlap. Start with the clear foreground, midground, background. Start with the values. Start with the scale. And then you can start removing it slowly and say, what if I did a painting without overlap? What if I did a painting without texture? What if I did you know, and just dial it back and back and back and back until you're like, okay, this doesn't work. Right? That to me is one of the best ways of learning. But I think if you just want to do like the full thing, you know, do the full thing. I don't know. Sorry. I hope I didn't come off sounding like, you know, lecture-y there. Siren, you said Joe mentors live on Twitch. I mean, I'm happy to go through like and talk about how I learned different things and different ways of learning stuff and little tips and, you know, where my brain is at when I try to draw an object or something. Yeah, I don't know. I like that stuff. I think it's fun. You came off sounding knowledgeable and helpful. Okay, I'm always a little bit afraid of like, you know, like this is how you do it, or I don't know, like there's lots of ways to do it. That's the way I find it useful. It's sort of a learning method or tool that I think is useful. It's sort of the start on the extremes. I had a friend in college who I told the story before, but we played League of Legends together, and he was like hyper aggressive. Or was it League of Legends or Dota or one of those MOBAs? Anyway, he was like hyper aggressive, right? He would like jump into enemy lines and just like run in full on maniac mode, and he would get a bunch of kills, and then he would just barely escape by, you know, by the skin of his teeth. And he was like, he would always get super strong because he pushed the limits. And sometimes he would jump in behind enemy lines, try to get kills, and he'd fail. And it would just end up losing us the game because he like, and people hate playing with that, right? Like that's really hard to play with when like you have a random teammate who might either win you the game by themselves or lose the game by themselves. Like it sucks to know that you have no control over the outcome of the game because you have some teammate who might just throw it all away. But if you're trying to learn, that is such a good way to learn your limits because now you know what you can and can't do, and then you can start dialing it back. You know, jump in all the way and make it work, and then start, because if you just like in League of Legends, right? Sorry, I'm going off a tangent. If you play too carefully, you may never know what you can actually get away with, right? Like, can I go and try to attack this opponent, or am I gonna die? If you're just playing scared, you're never gonna take advantage of the opportunities as they come. Anyway, there's kind of an analogy in there for this kind of method, which is like push it to the extreme and then dial it back, right? Or do the opposite. Start very timid and keep going more and more and more and more and more, right? Like whatever suits the analogy the best. Like there's sort of you've got to learn where the boundaries are so that you can play inside of it, right? KED talks are great too. Yeah, Casey is speaking. Yeah. So if you guys don't know Casey Snow Art, who is here hanging out, she is amazing. She has great talks as well. I should just say great talks. I
don't even like saying as well. I don't know how great my talks are, but she insists that my talks are great. But no, she's great. She has great talks. She's very knowledgeable. Really good at like anything with gesture and contour and form and anatomy. Really good at that stuff. So, Art Ramblers Unite, yeah. So like I can't hold a candle to Casey's like knowledge and skill at talking about like drawing animals and organic shapes with that have like gesture and motion and that I like if you want to learn that stuff, go to her stream. You'll never get banned for asking questions. You make the stream, Ted, you literally make the stream better by asking questions. We were talking earlier about like some of the difficulties of streaming, and someone pointed out like starting to stream seems really hard, and their point was that like talking to no one is difficult, right? How do you keep up a conversation when there's no one there having a conversation with you? You are doing the opposite of that. You are making the conversation easy, right? Questions, streamers, I think I can speak for streamers when I say people asking questions is what makes streaming easy and enjoyable. Like, I think every streamer will love answering questions. Even if they don't know the answer, it gives them something to talk about, right? Yeah, thank you for talking to us. Exactly. Thank you for being here. Thank you for talking. You know, nobody needs to talk. It's, you know, lurking is great. But also, thank you for talking. As long as somebody's talking, it's easy. So yeah, I appreciate it. It's like a campfire in a cave. Yeah, there's a little bit of a weird vibe here with the lighting. I don't really know what's going on. I'm not really vibing with it, but that's okay. Yeah, there's definitely something going on with the lighting. Maybe I just darken some of this. I mean, I don't just want everything super dark, but I will say it... Maybe we add another line up here. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah, maybe we add another line up here of books. And then on these shelves, we add some candles or something. That's probably better. So now, now I'm drawing that top edge, right? Contour. This is going towards us. Actually, not great. This needs to angle down. Thank you for taking the time to answer questions. It really does wonders for people like me who are just starting to grasp the basic concept. Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk about them. And again, a lot of these things, I will say, I'm not like, you know, I didn't just give a good rundown of like how to draw a cube in perspective, right? I gave some general things to like what I think about. But if you want the more like technical, like how do you determine what angle to draw something at, and how do you know where lines vanish, that stuff, there's a lot of videos on YouTube. I'm not really going over that. I'm more thinking about like what to think about so that when you learn that stuff, you can actually apply it, rather than just like, oh, it's an arbitrary memorizing rules, right? A lot of the things, I think, if I had to guess, that allow, like, the reason I feel comfortable to some degree of, like, skipping steps and, like just sort of painting without lines, I'm sort of just, like, jumping in. And, like, the reason I feel kind of comfortable doing that is because I have a lot of sort of, what's the word? Almost like heuristics that I've kind of created for myself that are based on things that I do all the time. So like, again, like look, when I'm painting an object from above, like focusing on that front edge, that's not inherently something you have to think about. But it's useful for me because there's a lot of situations where you want to get that perspective right. And by thinking of this front edge, it's just it's I don't know, it's helpful. It's like a, I could map it out and I could draw, I could draw my eye lines, my vanishing points, and draw a cube and put a circle in it, and then, you know, I could do the whole thing, right? But like I skip a lot of steps, and a lot of these little shortcuts are kind of just from thinking about it in a way that helps me make it feel more intuitive. I don't know if that made any sense. But like you have to learn, you kind of make up little shortcuts for yourself as you go. But yeah, if you want to learn how to do it, the right way, which I do recommend, YouTube is your friend. The why and the when are much more important. That nobody. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, right? Because I think the whys and the whens, there's some of them are going to be unique to you in that you are going to want to paint certain things, and you're going to have certain ways of showing things. You're going to have a focus, right? Like my focus oftentimes on lighting and mood, right? And so the why I paint the way I do might be because I want a strong composition, or I want the overall tone of the painting to immediately read in values. But if you're more focused on movement and form, maybe gesture and like you might choose to work a different way. So the why and how you paint things might be different because your emphasis is somewhere else. So like it's a little tough to talk about too much of the whys but I think for me it really does come down to communication. Sometimes there's limited information, and so you're kind of, there's tools that I prefer to use, like certain lighting methods that I like. Like I'm a big fan of having like a warm and cool color, or in this case it's a green and red. I don't really know how that works, but contrasting colors. Like I like two different colored light sources. I think it makes things look nice. So yeah, like you'll find me do that a lot in my paintings. Do you have to do that? No, but if I have one light source and I want to add another, the why I will make it another color is like, oh, I want it to be warm or cool, right? And so oftentimes that is just a tool I will use. Did I have to have another light source? No. But like that's something that's important to me in my paintings, because I think color and mood and sort of the overall vibe that it gives is important to me, right? That's part of what I think makes a space feel like a space, is sort of the the lighting, the mood lighting. So yeah, that's but yeah, I also think that's one of the most interesting parts about painting in general, is the why, because it's, that's how you can make sort of the same quality. Like if somebody's going to commission you, right, to make a painting, the only way you're going to be able to deliver on what they want is if you can have a quality that you can meet time and time again, right? Like you have to have that some sort of decision-making process in your brain so that you can actually replicate the quality, right? It's not just random. So in some ways, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, why you're making the decisions you're making, only that you understand why, so that it's consistent. I don't know. This makes me think of, and again, there's a lot of taste in this discussion, right? So I was reading a book recently, and it's something. It's like a romantasy book, and I'm not sure it's for me, but I appreciated some of the way the world building was done, in that they made a character like state facts about the world in sort of like a way to like calm themselves down, which is, maybe, I don't know if it's tropey or just like an easy way to do it, but it felt better than just dumping like having like a narrator just tell you random stuff about the world. It was nice that it was coming from a character and that it served a purpose. I thought that was an interesting method. Now, if they kept doing this, it might be like, oh, well, that's kind of an easy way to dump info about the world to the reader. But like that's a choice that they made, and you can kind of understand that like it serves a purpose, right? They did it for a reason. That was their tool they used. And I liked it. I appreciate it because like I don't read a lot of books where that happens. Oftentimes when people are describing a world, they just like tell you like, oh, by the way, you need to know this and this and this, so I'm gonna just tell you, instead of just kind of like making it part of conversation, which I think is a nice way of doing it. Again, both work. Some authors want to do it one way, other authors want to do it another. They all have their reasons, but I think ultimately it doesn't really matter. Like, you know, maybe a variety is good. Like, I don't know. I guess my thought is like you should be able to show form, for example, if we're going back to our earlier discussion. I think you should be able to show form in lots of different ways. You should be able to show it with, you know, lines. You should be able to show it with value. You should be able to imply it with shadow. There's a video we just watched by somebody, I don't know who it was, but he was talking about like when faces, sometimes you don't, if you have like a nose here, I'm not going to draw a good nose, but if here's a nose and you have a shadow on the nose, sometimes the shape that the nose makes can tell you what the actual shape of the nose is, right? So the shape of the shadow, so if you have like a shadow, you know, here's the nose and the light is hitting it and it's casting a little shadow over here, right? There's a shadow being cast from the nose. The shape that this nose makes, you know, whether it goes like this or like that, that's giving you information about the form. So that's like another way to show the form is by having the shadow on the ground. And the shape of the shadow is going to determine the form of or at least the silhouette of part of it, right? And so you can convey information with the shadow, you can convey it with the literal like contours, right? Maybe there's pages here that are, you know, warped and bent and you're like, oh, look, it's an old book, right? So there's lots of ways to show the form of something. And I think you should be able to do all of them. That way you're not just like the author who is like a one-trick pony and like every time I make a silhouette, it's dark against light, right? Like, you know, here's a dark silhouette against a light background. Here's a darker silhouette against a light background, right? Everything is dark against light. Maybe getting in some light against dark shapes in here would be nice, right? Maybe we have some stuff that goes like this. Like, that could be a nice change of pace. And so, like, being able to do both is super useful because it adds variety, adds interest. I don't know, I just think it's just something for me personally that I strive towards. Escoria, hello! So yeah, anyway, I strive towards being able to communicate anything in painting in every way, and I will pick and choose which way is most appropriate, depending on what I'm painting, right? Some of the examples that are most like salient in my brain are things like, you know, if you're gonna paint a giant, you know, if you want to make them feel imposing, you look up at them, right? That's how you know they're tall, is because you look up at someone who's taller than you. So if you want to make a giant, make them really taller than you. So put the eye line low, put the, you know, the giants way above the eye line. Like that's a pretty good way of showing someone tall. That's not the only way, but like you should be able to do that. But also there's atmospheric perspective as something gets really far away, so maybe the top of their head's a little, in the clouds and it's a little foggy. Or maybe you want to do something that you want to reverse it, and you look down at them and their feet are almost covered by the atmosphere. You can't even see their feet, they're so far away. So you see the top of their head and their torso is below the clouds. Like, that could be a way to show that someone's a giant, I think it's just good. It's good to have as many tools in your toolbox as possible so that you can make choices that are interesting and maybe a little out of the box, or not out of the box. Thinking outside the box, sort of out of the ordinary, right? So yeah. I feel like we need some lighting over here. We had some cactuses. Oh, let's put a cactus over here. Little potted plant. Maybe it's a little more red. That a... There's a cactus. I don't know if that looks like a cactus or not, but there we go. I know there's other kinds of cactus or cacti. There's the little cute ones in a bucket. maybe we'll put one over here. One of the cute cactus, the little prickly ones that are a little bit lighter. They're lighter and prickly. There. But yeah, also things like in this paper, for example, do I want to add like text to it? Because if I do, that could wrap around here, right? And so I could start showing things like diagrams and one speaking of variety, because we've been talking a lot about that. One of the things that I do is like I like to show things going from light to dark. So for example, if I have like a light shape here and a dark shape, right? And I have like a diagram, I want the diagram to pass between. Maybe I show that the lettering is a little bit red in the light, right? And so that might look like, that might help let us know what kind of ink it is or something, Like sometimes there's just little textural things or material stuff that just make it a little bit that it just gives you a little bit more info, right? When you have stuff like that. And so any texture I have, I kind of want it to be both in light and in shadow, because I just think it's nice. Maybe there's little like sticky notes up here. I don't know if sticky notes were a thing back in like whatever time this feels like medieval times, but yeah, maybe there's little sticky notes. Are they going to be colored? Do we do colored sticky notes? I'd like to think back in like medieval times there was some form of sticky note. Probably tacks. Little pieces of paper that were probably tacked to the wall. Maybe not actual post-it notes, but I'm trying to think back to our conversation about like drawing in perspective. How old are the thumbtacks? Wait, how old are thumbtacks? Oh, you mean when did they come out? I don't know, but I imagine people had small things they could stick in, like a nail, right? So you could just, oh, I need to put something to a wall. One nail, pound it in, I don't know. I imagine that's been a thing for a while. Probably not real thumbtacks. But yeah. I'm sure like mass-produced thumbtacks were a thing probably, you know, fairly late. But yeah, one thing about I think painting things in form that really helped click things for me. I don't know if you guys, I wonder what your experience with this is. Mine was with painting windows. So like if I was gonna paint like a wall, or let's say I had a building. Let's see if I can paint this right. If I had a building here, and I was gonna paint the windows on a building, there was at some point where I realized the windows needed to have depth, right? So it wasn't just like, here's a square, but I needed to paint this part of the window frame. I think that, for me, was a big revelation. Of like, there's a depth here. There's a thickness to this window. And also, this helps solidify, and not just knowing that it needs to be there, but knowing that this line is at the same perspective as this line. I think that was a big revelation for me, because that started getting me thinking of in like what is this line doing? Right? This line is helping add redundancy to add to the form so that we know what's happening with it. This line, right, is in this perspective. And it started, I don't know, there's something about that made it click. So even now when I paint things like this, where like I'm painting this book and I'm like, oh, this book needs to have these little bump outs and these little like areas down here. And this one needs to have, you know, some form. And so if this is if this is the edge of the shelf, right? There's going to be these little edges here where they stick out, right? Little stuff like that, to me, started to become like a, I don't know, it became very useful for describing form with little shapes and shadows, is because adding these little like nooks and crannies, they're just very small shapes, but I feel like they can do a lot of heavy lifting. I feel like I should crop this. I don't know. Maybe there's little markings here. Scrawling on the, like, runes, maybe? Little runes. What else? Maybe over here, this could be another shelf. Oh, maybe this is like the continuation of this one, but it's over here. Or maybe not. Maybe that's weird. Trying to just think over here at like, where is this? Some of these also probably should have shapes like this. Oh, and then I'm gonna tip these books actually this other way. like guide the eye towards the line. So like even something like composition, right? I try to like should these lines go this way or should they go this way? Now they could go either way, but like I think having lines go towards the composition is more interesting. But maybe there's like a maybe I tipped them that way. I think that's interesting. Maybe this one has a little plant in here. Again, maybe it's very, very light. Little cacti. Maybe this is an underhang here. Because I like, again, we were talking about the, things bumping out and things going in. So maybe this one bumps out a little bit. So there's a little bit of a shadow under here. What you like? Oh, Siren Knight says, Ted, make sure you keep art that inspired you. Yeah, I agree. I think keeping art that inspires you, or just, I don't know, just looking at it. I just find that looking at art, I don't know. I still think learning about the fundamentals and just not that they exist so that you can be like, oh, I'm going to pay attention to composition. I'm going to pay attention to perspective. I'm going to pay attention to the color palette and the warm and the lights and the values. Even if you're not painting, just being able to have words for it for me was such a big thing, because then when I did see art that I liked, I could start sort of taking mental notes about what about it? What about the composition did I like? Was it mostly dark? Was it mostly light? Was it what was the perspective like? Was it, was there dynamic poses, or was it pretty static, or like what made me feel the way I felt, right? And I could try to start guessing at these things. Like, oh, this warrior character who's standing very resolute in the doorway with the backlight, like it made him feel super epic, and he was structured and grounded, and like it wasn't super dynamic, but it fit the mood of in the design of the character. So like composition fit the design, like this resolute standing like warrior who looks like he's unmovable, like these things fit. And so it's cool when you see them come together and make you feel something. And so you're like, oh, you just kind of make a mental note, and you start to view the world through this new lens of like being able to put words to what you're seeing. And again, it kind of doesn't, I mean, in some ways, it doesn't even have to be real. It just has to be consistent enough that you can put words to it. Thanks, Skittle. I think I'm at the end of my tea. I have a little bit left, though. Yep, there's a little bit left. Okay. It's gone. Tea is empty. If you really like art that uses muted colors, you will learn to use muted colors. I think so. I think especially if you try to understand what makes them look appealing to you. Or like, is it just muted colors, or is it the fact that there's a little punch of saturation that feels more impactful because of the muted colors? Or maybe the whole color palette, maybe it's not the muted colors themselves, but the feeling of like this overcast, dreary vibe. Maybe you really like art that makes it feel like you're in a rainy day, and maybe the muted colors are adding to that effect, right? But maybe it's possible to also get that effect without muted colors, right? Because if we're talking about a feeling that you feel when you see art, sometimes there's lots of ways to achieve a certain effect. It's not just like, and this is where I think it's tricky, because I think people, especially if you're not like a, super nerding out about art, it's easy to come to the wrong conclusions. And I know this, a lot of time, the amount of people who will, I have, both just on stream, some in Discord, some private message, people will ask how, I need help with my colors. My colors are I'm struggling with the colors. How do I know how to pick good colors? And then they share their painting, and it's very clearly a value issue, right? Their values are all over the place. There is no concept of like depth in value, and they have no lighting, and it's just like colors aren't the issue, right? Like, but they thought it was, and that's understandable. And I think this is time and time again, there's sort of this like, I have a problem, but they aren't diagnosing it because they just don't, you just don't know what you don't know. And so it's easy to see the big bright shiny thing, right? You look at some people's art, and they're beautiful, the colors are great, they look amazing, and then you come to the conclusion it must be the colors, right? And then you look at your art and it's not beautiful and awesome and amazing, and you're like, it must be the colors. My colors clearly are bad. And no, probably not, right? I mean, maybe, but there's a good chance it's other stuff. And so yeah, that's something that I think is I think learning about art helps you sort of peel that back and get at the root of the problem. Also, speaking of root of the problem, this perspective is wacky. What is happening up here? I don't know. I don't like it though. Like, I kind of like this archway, but this weird thing, maybe this needs to be, more like this. I don't know. Definitely a perspective. I think, what if I just do that? I mean, that's better. Just cropping the painting like that. I think. Maybe like this. Whatever. I can always raise it up later. I can always raise the roof later. Maybe there's little bits of things up here. I feel like having some different colors in here would be good, but I don't want to get too many different colors. Siren, what have you painted anything interesting lately? Or I shouldn't say interesting. Just have you painted anything lately that I mean, I assume it's interesting if you painted it. Like, that's how we typically paint things we find interesting. That tends to be how it works. I always hate those questions. Like, hey, have you done anything interesting over the weekend? I think so. Are you, like, then it feels like they're judging it, But no. Yeah, I'm curious. Or if anybody would like to share any art, feel free. I always like to see what people are up to. I think last drawing I finished, not yet colored, is your work in progress channels. Ooh, let's take a look. Let's take a look-see. Work in progress channels. I will say, I think sometimes I neglect that channel a little bit. Ooh, April, May. Wait, is today May 10th? Oh, there's literally new art in here. By Vegas. Oh, that's so good. Holy crap. Dang. He's killing it. Made in China, Decoy Jamin, Nico, Real Faux Pew. I don't see any of your art, Recrainer. Oh, there it is. Oh, the inks are done. Oh, I see the one, the lollipop, the big lollipop. The big lollipop. I see it. Nice. Yes, that one. I like that one. That's a fun piece. I forget, was this for D&D? Oh yeah, this was from Critical Role, right? I think tomorrow my D&D session is resuming. That we kind of we postponed. I don't know if it's going to be a real session tomorrow. It might be more like leveling up. I should do this before tomorrow's session, but it might just be like a recap and some like, yeah, like a recap and kind of just like getting back into it, because we sort of took a couple month break, so that'll be fun. Speaking of which, I don't know if tomorrow I'm going to do the Discord art stuff. I think I'm gonna skip tomorrow, I think. This feels almost Christmas colors. It's kind of fun. You know what would be kind of neat? If there were like shutters or shades up here that are like pulled. And then like a little crack, like a sliver of daylight poking through. I don't know that would actually look good, but like, you know, like what if there was just like a little bit of, I don't know, maybe that's not good. That'd be an interesting concept though, where you have like these shutters and there's just like a little tiny sliver. I guess it would be bright white, right? It wouldn't even be blue almost ever, because it's just the contrast would be so powerful that you wouldn't see the blue. But yeah, something like that where you just get a little bit of like brightness. I don't know. It'd be kind of neat, especially if it were like coming in at the top and then it can outline stuff like that, where you get like a little bit of silhouette of the things. That'd be a fun lighting scenario. Also, I'm not sure where all the light's coming from in this scene. Whoops, I'm on the wrong layer. Critical Role fan art. That bow on the lollipop took me forever to get right. I bet. Bows, yeah, bows seem difficult, and not like the kind with a drawstring pole, but like a bow. That stuff is that's tricky. But yeah, just want to say thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I think I'm going to end the stream now, although I could still probably continue on this forever. Little pots with decorations, and you know, this kind of scene is fun, and I do enjoy it. Yeah, I do enjoy this kind of thing. I should do more of it. More interiors. Maybe I'll just become the interior guy on Twitch. I probably should do more studies for interiors though if I'm gonna do that.
No, but I do enjoy them. I enjoy the, I've been enjoying the little details more, just like implying details. I don't know, it's fun. It's funny, it's somebody, I don't really like details themselves. Not typically, although maybe I'm lying to myself. Maybe I do like detailing, and just for the longest time I've been like, nope, I don't like it. Or maybe my interests are changing. But I think what it probably is that my method of detailing is becoming more in line with what how I like painting. So, like, I've always enjoyed looking at details. I think most people do. But I didn't enjoy painting them. And so learning to sort of imply them a little bit more, or a method of carving them out, it's just, there's something about it where, or maybe thinking about them a little bit more graphically. So for example, I oftentimes will add details where I think things should go in terms of like describing a form, rather than this thing needs detail because this thing has detail, right? Like, instead of saying, oh, this is wallpaper and wallpaper has lots of patterns, I'm like, I need the patterns to show the form. Now add a cat? I could totally add a cat. Where would I add the cat? I guess, like, right here, right? There's a cat. Or, it's trying to be a cat. Does that look like a cat? Maybe green eyes. How's that? How's that for a focal point? Boom. Done. Beautiful. Just kidding. Weird calling my own art beautiful. I don't think so. No, I like this though. Cattails tangent though. Do I want to make like a... No, that's too long. No, I like that. I think that's not a terrible... Uh-oh, that's a tangent. Mouse wizard in front, doing the you shall not pass. Boom, monster may done. I don't quite know what that means. Oh, monster may? Is that a thing? I didn't even know that. Ooh, maybe this could be rolled up like that. I know it's not a big deal, but... Actually, it's probably a thing that's almost cliche, right? The corners of the paper being rolled. I do think it's useful here because it can help show, like, instead of having a line that is parallel to this, I can have a line that is now not parallel to that. Which, to me, is useful. Because it does there's a functional element to it.
the nuance you can add. This kind of thing. Something so cool seeing a brushstroke make the paper either cover the table or make it look so pushed further up. So mesmerizing to watch the process? No. Yeah, and you know, and then there's like, you know, how much do I fold it back? Do I want overlapping shapes? You know, like sometimes I'm using line to describe it. But yeah, I mean, it's the edge, right? I'm focused here on the edge, the silhouette. You know, whenever I say I don't, oop, look at that. See, now we've got a tangent, right? We have this line going straight into this bit of shadow, and like that's kind of weird. So what if I bring, again, what's that shadow from? I don't know. I don't even know where the light is in this image. But let's bring this in here. Something like that. I also don't know what this shape is. I assumed it was paper, but it doesn't look like the rest of the paper. Maybe it's a stack. A stack of papers. In shadow. So I'm just going to fade it off into the distance. You almost can't even tell where they're going. Maybe there's even crossing up past here. I don't know. Just anything, really. Just anything to help show. This should probably have some shadow too. Again, I don't want to go too detailed. Little shadow in there. Some stuff there. Maybe these are some paintbrush. Maybe they have some colors on them. I don't know. It's kind of fun. I don't know what it is, but I'm putting the color because it's the same color there. I think it looks nice. Then we have some dark back here. We could probably put some more dark. Just like in yesterday's painting, or last stream's painting, where there's a lot of things where, like, I'll take a dark brush and I'll just be like, you know, putting some of that darkness between here to show the forms. Yeah. If this is like, maybe this is golden or orange, so maybe we'll come in here. I don't know if I want to add too much of different color here. Yeah, that can just stay dark, I think. Although this should probably cast a shadow. So now we're getting into more stuff. Yeah, although I don't really know where the light's coming from, so maybe the green light is coming from in here. So we want to add a little bit of green to some of this. No, probably not. That's too much. We could add like a glow, right? So that's something we could try. Again, I'm getting a little bit into the last stages here, where I'm just like trying to figure out. No, that's terrible looking. Funny enough, I have a hunch I actually like the colors here. I think I've done a pretty okay job. Let's try adding a duplicate layer. I'll save it. And then I'm going to go edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm just going to crank up the saturation. Like a lot. See, this is probably too much, but sometimes I like to just hit OK. And I can turn off this layer. And there might be a point. Do you geek out and have some lore? No, not really. I mean, not really. Sometimes, but no, most of the time I don't. It's more, I mean, I definitely thought that this is like some inventor or lab person, you know. The green made me think of like a lab, but it also, I didn't want to go. I actually thought about going like science experiment, and I thought, no, that's too obvious. Like, you have this green glowing room, and then like I could have done like beakers and science equipment, but I thought, let's stick to the more like I kind of intentionally went more like old tomes and blueprints vibe. So it gives you a little bit of a weird vibe of like the greenness makes it a little bit more weird because it doesn't mesh with your immediate assumption of like, mad scientist, because this looks almost like a researcher kind of thing, or like explorer, not mad scientist. So there's sort of a weird pairing there, and I that part of that was intentional, but I didn't really know what was happening in the background. I didn't really know who or what this is. I just knew that it gave me a little bit of like mad scientist. It gave me a little bit of that mood. So no, I don't typically have extensive stories. In fact, that's actually one of the things that I wish I did more of, is sort of, and that would help propel like a series, right? Where like I have lots of paintings and they're all connected in some way. I think that would be really cool. I don't have that, unfortunately. I never really have had that. But I don't know. I'm not a... I will say it. I think even with these environments, you start to get a better sense of how... Of what you want and how things are working. I don't know. Maybe there's a refrigerator back here. Dude's just looking in the fridge. But no, I don't typically have a super in-depth story. I mean, I guess every little thing that I add adds to the story. Like, if the candles are magic, it implies magic. If there's a cat, it implies there's a cat. The cat might influence me, like in this painting, right, that I did last stream, to knock something to the ground, right? So now there's a story because I've added a cat, right? The fact that there's a cat knocking stuff to the ground is justification for why there isn't anybody home, right? Because if there was someone home, they would probably run to the aid of the cat, right? Maybe like there's sort of a every little thing you add kind of add to the story, but I don't necessarily know what the story is ahead of time. Sometimes I do. Sometimes there's like a sense of, oh, this is a scientist's or some layer, and then the things that I'm adding are because of what I've decided already. But sometimes it's the other way around. Yeah, I mean, I think so. For me, the longer I go down this sort of process of conjuring up an idea, so like I might start with something, I want to paint a room. That's step one. That's not an interesting idea, so I can more or less like ignore it. And I'm like, ooh, I want the room to have a green glow to it. Oh, it kind of feels like a lab. Well, I don't really want it to be a lab, right? So I'm going to make it something different. I'm going to subvert expectations. I'm going to make it more like, old-timey and not very modern looking, right? So there's like laboratory vibes with weird lighting, and then you have like old-timey dusty tomes. That's another choice, right? And each time the farther along I go, right? And then it's like, oh, there's magical, candles or weird glowing stuff that is lighting the room a little bit. Okay, that's another thing I've added. And then I keep going, and the further I go and the more sort of intertwined these choices get, there's sort of like a story forming, and it becomes more exciting. I get sort of more obsessed with my own idea the longer I go and the further down this rabbit hole, because the pieces start making more and more sense, because one piece came after the other, right? Sort of like in this painting where, I wouldn't have put something spilled to the floor if I didn't have the cat in here. I wouldn't have put the cat in here if I didn't want some sort of character or creature or something as like the focal point, right? I wanted to add something in the light because I had this little light spot that I wanted to paint,
right? I wouldn't have painted this little light spot if I didn't decide that we were in an interior and that it was an enclosed space with limited lighting, right? So it's like one decision led to the other, which led to the other, and pretty soon there's like a whole little story. Or like maybe I already knew it was a little like there's potions on the shelves in here, but when I decided to add the cat, I knew what I was gonna put to have the cat knock over because I had already decided there was gonna be potions, right? So, and it starts to add to, again, you could argue like there's no story, but I think there is storytelling, right? There's storytelling whether there's an objective story or not. I don't know. It's not one of my strong suits, but I do think it's something that I'm okay at, and I can go either way, right? I can either start with an idea, right? Like so here, let me show. Back in December, I think it was. No, yeah, back in December or no, November, I think it was. I did a commission. That was a long time ago now. That's like 6 months. Dang. Here, let me just pull up my Instagram. In this, when was it? Here. I must have finished it in January or December. I mean, so December or yeah, let's call it December, November or December. I did these commissions where I did have an idea at the start, right? I was given literal like prompts, and I sketched them out to sort of get the vibe of the locations, right? They're very, very loose. They were not finished rendered pieces. They're purely, right? They were purely for like mood setting kind of thing. Like we would just want a sort of the idea of how something feels. And there was, there were some descriptions to them, but like I'm happy to start with a prompt. Sometimes I make it up as I go. Sometimes I don't. This one I had a prompt. I like this. I really like this painting that I did. I thought it turned out really nice. So yeah, I can work either way, right? I think probably a mixture of both, where like I know what I want to paint, but I also develop the idea further. That's like the perfect recipe, right? Where I have the creative freedom to really sort of dive in. Like, for example, if this were like, let's say a hypothetical, a Magic the Gathering card commission, so you have a character and their workshop, and maybe there's like, but you get to decide what's in their workshop, right? That would be awesome, right? Because I have a direction, I have a mood, I have a vibe I'm going for, but there's also a lot of stuff that I get to come up with, an additional story, right? Maybe there's, again, I'm just going to use a cat as an example. Maybe in the workshop, a cat is wreaking havoc, and like the focus is still that what the prompt was, but there's like this secondary plot that kind of is there. I like that stuff. I like that freedom to sort of take it where I want while also having some direction in mind. I think that's like the perfect recipe for me, in my opinion, based on all the paintings I've done. Follow age. Mango, you have followed at some point. It's been a while. You've been around for a long time, Mango. You're old. Following since in 2019, apparently. April 2019. That's a long time. Is that a cat or the witch who accidentally turned herself into a cat? Could be either. Okay, anyway, I don't know. I'm withering away. I know, man. Getting dusty. Okay, time to raid somebody. No, but thank you for being here, Lonely fans. Oh no. Thanks for being here, Mango, Ted Grant. Always appreciate the questions and keeping the good art conversation going. Siren, everybody else, Skittle, of course, for those hydrates, and thanks for just being here. I appreciate you all. It means a lot, and I am always happy to talk about how I paint or any questions that I can think of. that vaguely relate to art.
Do we raid Skittle? I feel like Skittle's gonna hit partner this year. What do you guys think? Skittle's totally getting partner this year. It's happening. He's been like constantly in the 70s and 80s in the viewership. I think so. We're gonna raid him. He doesn't know that he's gonna hit partner, but I think he's going to. I feel like he's never mentioned it. Which honestly is probably part of the I don't know, I think that's probably part of the reason he does so well is because he's just streaming and having a good time and he's not focused on random stuff like that or stuff that doesn't really matter. But yeah, let's go to Skittle. Thank you for being here. I do have a raid call if you're on YouTube. Hello, thanks for being here. And yeah, there's a let's see, I stream 3 days a week, Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. So next stream will be on Monday. And yeah, hope you all have a good rest of your day. I also have a Patreon if you'd like to support me with money in other, or I mean, you can do that on Twitch too. But yeah, feel free to do that. I appreciate all the support. Every little bit helps, and hope you have a good rest of your week.